All right, good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is Monday, July 7th, 2025. The time is 9:06 a.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Nelson,
Present.
Ms. Davidson,
Present.
Mr. Tillers,
Here.
Mr. Burton,
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We are situated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. I'd like for our staff to introduce themselves for the record, please.
Deputy Plummer, probably Shakita McBurden.
Francis Adams.
All right, thank you. Our first item of business this morning is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, June 16th, which are included in your packets. Are there any corrections? If not, I'd entertain a motion, please, to adopt the minutes.
Oh, I make a motion that we adopt the minutes.
I'm second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, a second by Mr. Prater. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next item on the agenda this morning is a continuation request for considerations for Angela Pardon, DOC number 343449. She has submitted the request based on she has just retained counsel and wants to have time to work with her lawyer.
So move for vendor's request to continue.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman
Second.
to approve the request, second by Mr. Tillis. Is there any objection? Thank you. The continuation request is approved. And next on the agenda is consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And we will allow public comment on requests before any action is taken. And our first case this morning is Mr. TYRONE DICKENS. And he's here with us in Baton Rouge. Mr. Dickens and your counsel would just step up to the podium, please. Morning, Mr. Dickens. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Name is KARL VAUGHT, out 48 Peta Street.
And counsel, would you introduce yourself? Good morning.
Attorney Katrina Jackson, address is 4160 Cedar Street, Milligan.
Thank you. And let me acknowledge, before we get started, we're going to acknowledge the folks who are here in support. On Zoom, we have former Sheriff Jay Russell. We also have Christian Creed and Mayor Gerald Brown. We have some family members here with us in Baton Rouge: Allison Johnson Dickens, Anlin Duvall, and Ariana Duvall. And thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate it. So, Ms. Jackson and Mr. Dickens, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, but before I turn it over to him, we'd like to hear from you all. First, Mr. Dickens, tell us why you applied for this and why you think we should vote for you. And then we'll hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf, and then we'll hear from your lawyer. Close it up, and then Mr. Tillis will start beginning. So go ahead, sir.
This, I feel like, really, they're wrong.
Let me, sir, while you collect yourself, I'm sorry, I was supposed to read that into the record. I have not done so. So let me just do that and just take your time to catch your breath. Your DOC number is 288851. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were, your parish of conviction is the 4th Judicial District, Ouachita Parish. And the record, let's see, there's 1990 assisting escape. You received a 3-year suspended sentence, were placed on 4 years probation. 1992, 3 counts distribution of Schedule II cocaine. You received 10 years on each count. Those were to run concurrently. 2009, distribution of methamphetamines. You received a 25-year sentence, but all but 7 years were suspended. Then there's a 2004 violation of protected order and domestic abuse battery. You received a 7-year sentence on the protective order violation, and domestic abuse was 6 months parish jail, and that was suspended. You were placed on probation. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go ahead and tell us why you've applied and why you think we should
Reason I
vote.
applied, and, life, man, like bad choices coming up. and I ain't wrong with people, but, you know, and I always pray this about if I ever got the opportunity that I always show a lot of young people that this is the right way to go. And that's what I do. I've been doing it for 20+ years, not knowing that I was going to be coming at this point. And not knowing I just took 1 million pictures and showed you all. But I was doing it from my heart because I was letting them know. Hey, you don't want to go down there. They're not going to play with you down there. And I did wrong. And then I say, now, I used to run from the law. Now, I used to go talk to the police officer. I ain't got to run when I see him. I can talk to my helper. I don't, when the incident happened, they call me and say, hey, y'all stop. We don't need to do this shit. And so I feel good about coming to your board and saying, give me an opportunity because it's hindering me from trying to do different things that I'm trying to do more in life to show the young people you can change your life on the areas that I come in. Everybody make mistakes. You can change. And that's been 20-some years. You know, and I you all ask God to give me the opportunity to move forward in life.
Thank you, sir. We'll get a little more into that when Mr. Tillis starts his interview. But we'll hear first from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. Could we hear from Mr. Russell, Sheriff Russell? Is he on? All right. Well, he's trying to get in. Let's see. Is Christian Creed? Could we hear from Mr. Creed?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. In the interest of time and brevity, I've prepared a written statement that I'll read at this time. Again, my name is Christian Creed. I'm a practicing attorney and member of the Louisiana Board of Regents. I'm honored to speak today on behalf of TYRONE DICKENS, a man whose life exemplifies true redemption, profound rehabilitation, and an unwavering commitment to community service. Tyrone's past includes very serious mistakes, but over the past 20 years, he has transformed his life entirely. He's generally contrite for his past offenses and has dedicated himself to making a positive impact on others. His acts of service are numerous and heartfelt, from distributing waters and fans to the elderly and impoverished during the summer heat, to collecting toys and providing holiday meals to families in need, and assisting families during emergencies, catastrophes, and natural disasters. These are just a few of the things that Tyrone does on a regular basis every year. He also regularly helps stranded motorists, feeds children in housing projects, and gathers school supplies each year to support students starting school. And most importantly, and I believe he touched on it, Tyrone mentors children across elementary, middle, and high schools, sharing his personal story of turning away from a life of crime to one rooted in service, education, and family. He works collaboratively with law enforcement, not as an adversary, but as a partner, helping diffuse tensions, and in many cases, saving lives through his proactive involvement. And I know Sheriff Russell's here to talk, and he'll be able to touch on that as well. His story is one of genuine transformation. He's not been in trouble for over 2 decades. He abstains from alcohol and drugs, and he conducts himself with integrity, free from profanity and vices. Like, he gets on me if I happen to say a bad word. So that's Tyrone. Today I speak on a man who's earned a new beginning, one rooted in service, humility, and responsibility. A pardon would acknowledge his complete turnaround and enable him to continue his positive contributions to society. I respectfully ask the board to consider his remorse, his ongoing dedication to the community, and his exemplary character in making a favorable decision today on Tyrone's behalf. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Brown, do we hear from you, sir?
Absolutely. Good morning to you.
Morning.
First of all, I want to echo all of the comments that Mr. Creed has stated. It's difficult for me to add to that. I want to kind of come at Tyrone from a little bit different perspective, though. He and I met just about 10 years ago when I was preparing to to run for mayor. I had heard of him, but didn't know him. And I think he had kind of the same relationship with me. And so before I got ready to run, we had breakfast one morning, which turned into brunch. We ended up talking so long about our community and things that we would like to see happen and things we wanted to do, and frankly about his past. My father, Warren Brown, is a 40-year law enforcement representative in Ouachita Parish. He worked for Monroe PD for 29 years and then for the district attorney's office for another 15 years after that. And so the joke that Tyrone and I had when we had that breakfast meeting was that my father had arrested him multiple times, some 20 plus years prior. And so my dad is one of my greatest sounding boards. And so I went to him after that meeting and I asked him about his relationship with Mr. Dickens and some of the things that, perhaps had happened. And we talked frankly about those. And I told him that some of the things that Tyrone was doing to try to change his life and turn his life around. And my dad, who was at the time was 76 years old, said he'd like to sit down and have a personal conversation with him about the changes in his life and potentially, me starting to have some dealings with him. And so he came by the house. My dad and I actually lived next door to each other. So he came by the house and we talked again for probably a couple of hours. And my father was kind of overwhelmed by some of the things that Tyrone has done and tries to do in our community and the way that he's changed his life around from his previous dealings with him some 20 plus years previous. So the thing that I like to iterate about Tyrone, and look, with the town of Richwood, he's been a tremendous community partner. We have done everything from back to school to COVID to senior citizens to feeding kids at school. We've done all kinds of things. But the thing that impresses me and that I try to impress upon people, especially some of our younger people, is that there's the ability to turn your arc around if you really want to. Tyrone has demonstrated that. He's worked hard to fix his reputation. He's worked hard to be stalwart in our community. Oftentimes when there are issues between certain folks, Tyrone is one of those people that I like to get involved in those conversations because he's a person that people will listen to based on some of the things that have happened in his past and some of the things that's happening now with him in the present. I wasn't as smooth as Christian and do a written statement this morning because I felt like if I wrote everything down, I might shed a tear. So I didn't want to do that in front of you. But he's been a tremendous community partner for the town of Richwood. My event staff have him at the top of our list when we start calling people about needing resources and figuring out how we're going to put things together to do things for seniors and children and unemployed and underemployed in our community. He's always right there to lend assistance to us. And we certainly would appreciate any consideration that this board would give to him today.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. And I see Sheriff Russell. Good morning, sir. We'd like to hear from you.
Good morning. Want to thank the board for allowing me to speak on Tyrone's behalf. The main thing I want to say about Tyrone is that he gave us the opportunity many times in law enforcement to work together. One such instance was we had a barricaded suspect at a house. We were fixing to have to go in and get him. He was armed. He had several felony warrants on him. He began to act irrationally, and my negotiator said it's not going very well. Tyrone called me, and he had a rapport with the suspect inside, and he told me that if I would allow him to speak to him, he could probably end the situation without anyone getting hurt or anyone having to go in and get him, which we didn't really want to do. But it was sort of unorthodox, but I did, and I called my negotiator, and he put him on the phone, and they connected with each other. And about 15 minutes later, the man gave up, walked out, gave up his weapons, and we didn't have to go in. Several times after this, Tyrone and I worked together on several projects within his community. I agree 100% that a man should have to pay his debt to society, which he did. But I also believe that a man has to prove to his community and society that he's a better person, that he can make people around him better, and that he can improve the quality of life of those in his neighborhood. Tyrone's done that, and he's shown that time and time again. My relationship with Tyrone was always about the law enforcement side of things. But I also saw him speak on several occasions about upbringing and children in his neighborhood and the positive influence that not only he could give and not only the people there, but law enforcement could give. And I appreciated that part of it too, because he understood without law enforcement and good quality law enforcement, societies can't exist. And he's shown that time and time again. So on his behalf today, this is the first time I've ever done this, to be honest with you. I usually are speaking on the other side, trying to keep people incarcerated. But today I thought it was important to do this because he talks the talk, but he also walks the walk. And he's done that time and time again. And I appreciate him as far as me, when I served as sheriff, he helped us out several times. And if it didn't work out, at least he tried. And like I said, I agree with the mayor and Christian on both accounts that he has shown time and time again he does care about his community, and he's working toward making it a better place. And I appreciate the board's consideration in this matter today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for speaking with us today. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, I'd like to hear from you.
Of course, I am representing Tyrone, not like an engaged attorney, but as a pro bono attorney. Because as others have stated today, Tyrone in 20 years has done more for the community than most elected officials. He has become the go-to person when you're having a difficult situation in school. Principals call him when the principal sees something in the child that they know something's happening at home, but it's making the child act out in school. They will call him Tyrone. Sometimes the reason why I know is sometimes when they can't get him and they don't know his number, they say, "You know, Tyrone, can you get him a call?" Also, in parts of the city, even though we're a small city, but you know anything about Monroe, we didn't really experience an influx of crime pre-COVID, but especially during COVID. We have somewhat, unfortunately, in small town and gang situation, west side, even those 5 miles from each other makes no sense to me, right? So when you cannot engage in certain public housing, apartment complexes and facilities, a lot of us take Tyrone, whether it be law enforcement, myself, in times of emergency, because we're trying to defuse the situation. But Tyrone, in his 20 years, has built relationships, not with people like us, but more with people in the community of children who have been maybe been bothered by him, who he sees going on the wrong path. He also goes out with pastors a number of times. And this just didn't start. This has been a 20-year period, right? He has generally made our community, not for the people who may have access to everything. Us too, is to keep it safe, but for the people who, the children who do not have access to everything, everything. And if he sees a situation, you don't have to call. Usually he's calling, someone who needs resources, needs help, and say, hey, just recently, part of the apartments, one of our largest public housing complexes in Tricia, lights were out. We experienced, we know about in South Louisiana, we experienced a storm. And they didn't have food. Every day consistently for 3 or 4 days, Tyrone would text and call someone and say, if you help me, I'll take your food. If you help me, I'll take your food. That's just simply who he has been. But in doing that, he's developed a pathway to talk to children in need and who are going down the wrong path. The juvenile gets arrested, generally, if it's a serious situation, sometimes the first person will call the community to talk to him is Tyrone. Look, I know the offenses are what they are. I've looked at the record, I helped submit the application. But a man's total sum his life cannot be equated even in 10 or 20 years back, right? Because who we are at 20 and 30 are not who we are today. I love to say I'm 30, but I'm not. And so who we are at 20 and 30 years old is not who we are today. I make no light of anything that occurred in his life. But I do make a big impact statement on what he's done in the community. And why I'm standing here today, I will not, you don't see me before you all. For the very reason of, sometimes with victims, it becomes a conflict of interest. I spoke to victims. I've worked with alleged victims and all of that regarding Tyrone, and all of them have worked with him since in the community, engaging in what we feel to be something that benefit what he's doing. During COVID, I was sick. I had COVID and everything was shut down. We had ice on. And no one could get water in or out. I called 2 people. I couldn't leave my house. I called Pastor Riley and I called Tyrone Dickens. And I said, tomorrow you should be able to get through the water. Because when I iced over in my poor regions of the area, they didn't have running water. I said, if you do have a warehouse of water, can you please get it there? I said, I'm getting too many calls that people don't have running water. They don't have a way to get out of my rural areas. That next morning, 6:30 call was Tyrone saying the roads are clear for me to get through. With the trailer and the truck, with the people. I can talk about numerous stories because Tyrone is not a crime. He's become family. In Texas, the Lord, I think the said they're experiencing floods. But when Houston, Texas was experiencing their flood, my sisters and my cousins, when it came, my mother was freaking out when she called me. She said, who can you call? I said, the only person I know with a truck that was driving that 4 bus and was driving on the drop of time, that people, is Tyrone. I was on pins and needles the whole trip because my mom was with me. But he brought me home safe. And if you talk with people in the community, Tyrone has been a go-to in times of disaster, in times when children, or even adults, like the sheriff said, is on the wrong track. I just plead that this is not all about Tyrone, and I understand that there are businesses he's going to go in, like he wanted to do notary, he wanted to do inspection things. And we couldn't help them fill those applications because of his record, he was part. But what I do know, and this is just, I can say a whole lot, Tyrone's not a person in the community, he's family to all of us. Attorney Christian Creed practices civil law. He's become family to him. Everyone would have been here today, but somehow with a mix up with the mail, we were having trouble. I try to tell everyone to certify mail mean anything. We didn't receive the April letter, but your wonderful staff called on Thursday, day before 4th of July, and confirmed his hearing. So I want to applaud your staff because they didn't follow up. We found out Thursday. I counseled everything I could, but everyone on the screen would have been here if they could. We found out the day before the 4th of July about this. And we're here, and if anything happened on Zoom, from the calls and texts I was getting this morning at my office, and my office texting me, people trying to get in. We see a community of people. But this is not just about Tyrone. It will benefit. There's no doubt. But this is about the community back home. Who's ever wondering if people can have a second chance. These are for the young man and the older men who are just coming out of something in Tyrone's help, who just told them that if you do the right thing, when you're out of trouble, if you turn your life around, you can have a second chance. There's so many people in the community. As I was driving last night, I was texting, saying, how do you think it's gonna go? And that's why I say it's for the community. It shows them that what he's told them so long is true. And when you turn your life around, when you begin to engage on it, when you begin community service, when you do all you can for a community, there's a chance for redemption. And that's really why I say, probably not standing here as attorney more than just as family, as someone who respects him, who's seen what he does for people. And honestly, no defense attorney, Tyrone has turned more of my clients' life away than I could ever have done sitting home. I have 2 other attorneys in my office, even though we're separate, and most of the time, if we see a kid that comes through our office, we'll help them to a vulnerable if we can. But then we send them to Tyrone. I think Tyrone need to be considered. I don't want to see him go there for. And he doesn't just sit with them that day in the office. He follows up with them. He takes pieces to exclude pieces. He follows up with that child to make sure that teenager never sees jail again. And so for that reason and more, I ask you, and this one would have been full, had it known before Thursday. So we were all geared up to come.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
And I would like to say his wife is here, Allison, who used to be my legal assistant in my law office, who is now, and that was after I met Tara. Who is now working with autistic kids. She has autistic, they have autistic child herself. She's working at the school with autistic children. Their daughter, who's in field right now, finishing up next year, and their daughter who is going to be a junior, I believe, at Washington High School.
Well, thank you. We're glad y'all are here. So, Mr. Dickens, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his question?
Good morning, Mr. Dickerson. I started reading your case. At the beginning, I said, well, they're gonna bring him in cuffs. You know, the bad guy. But how long have you been out from prison?
Since 2007.
2007?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You got some big guns with you. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, we know that you had the drug problem, that possession with distributing. And also at one point when that happened, you were in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I'm sorry, that's what it says here in the breakdown. Was that true or no? Did you have a gun?
No, ma'am.
You didn't?
No, ma'am.
It was just the possession of drugs.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let me ask you about this one. In 2004, they responded to a domestic violence incident. I don't know that she was your wife. Was she your wife?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but y'all had children together.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So it states here that when you arrived, it was about a birthday party for a young child that was yours, and that there was an argument over child support. And then it got worse because at that point she said that you began choking her around the neck, and that you said you might as well go ahead and kill her. And you got her down on the ground, on the floor, and you were kicking her. And when the police arrived, she said that you had a knife and you were going to stab her, and they saw a small cut on her arm. What about that incident? And she already had a uniform protective order in place at the time that happened.
Yes, ma'am. I can recall correctly on that, I just said, when that was like 2000, just, tell you the story before spring, I had my son, and when she grabbed me, I grabbed my son around. And when that grabbed me, and I pulled my son, so they said that I ended up grabbing her with him, and considers me trying to strangle, I was janking, trying to get straight like this, very practice.
You didn't put your hands around her neck?
Yes, ma'am. Once I did, because when I did, I did her grab me. Yes, ma'am. He said,
You said she was holding the child.
yes, ma'am. I ain't trying to grab her. It was her, though. We just said it's straight.
Don't leave me.
Yeah, but not grabbing her. I'm showing you how I did. I grabbed her.
So that's why you had a domestic abuse
Yes, ma'am.
count, but it was in the presence of children also.
One child.
One child.
We've been dealing with each other. She's been working with me on community events since.
That's what I was gonna ask you. What's your relationship with that victim?
We pray. Now, I thought you just wish me luck. We talked, she told me, we got reached out to her, whatever. She told so everybody deserves a chance, and we said, my kids are grown, I'm still being a parent to them, actually, just exactly talking. Tell me on the lane, checking me and told me, good luck, Dad, you got this. We got a great relationship.
So the children and you have a close relationship.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because that was pretty violent. That
Yes,
scene.
I was young, too. And I told her, apologize, I did.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
I know they have a good relationship because at some point we've all donated to stuff they need, helped them out. So that's one thing about this party. That's so very important. It limits your ability when you don't have a party, you go in certain fields to make a living. Tyrone has, you guys have 4 kids. Right? 5, I'm sorry, 5 kids, he and his wife together. And he has the kids you're referencing within another child. And he tries his best, and I know this personally, to do everything he wants.
And I forgot to ask the question, with all this community work, that's takes a lot of time. What do you do for a living?
Well, deal with them. I mean, take people to Green Oaks and, the ground and mental detention home and.
Are you paid for that?
No, ma'am, they are the court system.
Oh, you get, okay, you
Yeah,
get
man, I get disability.
disability,
Yes,
okay.
I go down there volunteer and recently, I mean, I don't know if they told you, I got bit by a snake trying to grab a young lady out of the area that was flooded and, let's say, it was bad neighborhood and got bit, still grabbed off the dress that she was carrying a child. The
Yes.
snake got one around it, so in the process of that, son got in trouble recently and they called me, said, call me. And I took him to, detention home and said, look, I'm not scared of you straight. This is what happened. Ask me. This ain't what you do.
And that's why I keep referring to business ownership. Tyrone's disability and his needs and everything does not allow him to consistently sit or stand for a certain amount of time. So he's on disability. It's my belief, his wife's, that at some point, if he can't get a business that the family can work in, that will give him income besides social security disability.
Thank you for answering that, I appreciate it.
It's been never I want to speak on one of them things. I hear. Yeah. But if you go over, you see, if you put your hand on a woman, I talk about that on the domestic violence. That's a weak individual. Because Lord knows I have daughters. I would never want nobody to put their hand on my daughter. So, and that's why, they tell me all the time, my kid, I did tell you, I'm sorry. I can't do that. I tell my kid, don't do it.
That's very important, and you are doing a wonderful job, and you really are, that's very,
But I like, I'm ready to go to Dillon University.
yeah,
I mean,
that's wonderful.
yes. They're dealing with 2 girls, man, that's a struggle.
Everybody says that in order to deal with boys. I know, I got 2 boys, so, that passed me, but my neighbor had 3 girls. It is different. Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions. Mr. Prater?
I was looking at I do some research on these cases, and I was looking at the internet. Do they call you K9?
Yes, sir. Let me tell you that story. It's because when I was in prison, and 2 guys got to fight. And one of them juked me.
Okay.
And when he juked me, I needed to grab both of them, holding him and holding the knife, that hit him in the head also. And when I got out and going to DD court, the man asked me, why did you start that fight? I said, man, I don't want to see them 2 killing each other. And from that point on, I never forget his name was Warden Good. He told me, man, you know what, you're a lawyer to do. He said, ain't no way I did that. He said, you remind me of my German Shepherd that I have. He said, that's the most loyal thing I ever seen in life, to protect somebody else and get them out there, use them to hunt mines and all this type of stuff. Ever since then, they didn't call me. I did.
Reason I was asking, I saw one article in there about a liquor license.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a liquor license in 2017?
No, sir, I was applying to help the daiquiri store.
I'm sorry?
I was applying to help the daiquiri stores.
Okay.
They say you have to come to get a liquor license in order to be able to serve alcohol. And I never knew it, so I just applied. Then I went back to a class, and so now they said, well, you have to be, you convicted felony. You cannot get it. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And I suppose, like I said, I didn't have millions and millions of pictures if I knew I was being prepared for this type of stuff, but I did it from my heart. I wouldn't expect I'd be sitting in front of you all. I used to run from the laws.
Right, well, I was just reading that article, and it said something about liquor license had been revoked because of violence.
Sir, they wouldn't give it to me because I called it a violence previous of me being on, parole and all that type of stuff. And I was in jail. They said because we been a convicted felon.
Well,
On
the article just says that you had a it said that it was making the comparison that the city council gave you an award for your work in violence, preventing violence. And at the same time, they revoked your liquor license because of violence outside your place.
No, okay, there you go. I know we on there. That was the deal I was running, selling water and ice called Club Nouveau. It belongs to Mr. Mojo. They wanted a BYOB. And the city was telling me that they had to take that BYOB because at the time I was the one running trying to sell liquor and it was a BYOB, not a liquor license.
He was managing someone else's
Spot,
spot.
yeah.
Mr. Mojo is a business owner. He owns gas stations and some other things. That was a way of him making income. But because he had a violent past, they revoked Mr. Mojo's, I believe it was, liquor license because of Mr. Dixon's tax.
Okay.
Because he hired him.
Right. And finally, tell me about I see you were arrested for a rape charge, but then it was dismissed.
Yes,
Is that correct? Tell me about that, because we even have to consider things that are dismissed, not saying you're guilty of it, but I kind of like know the circumstances around it.
we was together, we was going together, and we gonna argue, and both sitting there kissing, and doing this thing, we had a little small argument, and then her mom came over and called the police, and she was sitting there, and so the police said, well, did you do it? Then she said, well, I was telling you that, but I did, but for us to be taken off, so we was together, and we was together after that, and then she went and told the police, she told her lie, her mom forced her to do it, that's why they dismissed the charge, but she said that her mom told her to do that, because I told her I couldn't be with her no more. If you look at it, no disrespect to you, if you look at the year when it was the same young lady. I have kids by.
And finally, why do you want a gun?
Why do I want a gun? Ain't that I necessarily want a gun, but I want to try to take my kids hunting. My son been talking about hunting. And of course, a lot of people I be around, I don't know how to hunt, but I'm willing to learn. But my son always to say, let's go hunt, Dad, let's go hunt. Because when my son go to a school, which is Beach Watchdog, they always showing pictures of deers. And I'm like, wow. And they got little homing things on the head on the wall. And like, Daddy, can we go?
It's a very rural middle school, but beautiful. My nephew went there.
And I was like, oh. And I'm like, what is it? And I said, it's a 6 gold, 7 gold, whatever points or something. And I was like, oh, okay, then. But I never known about it.
And if I may share, Mr. Dickens walks a lot of us as community leaders into a lot of dangerous places. So I'm going to speak on that point of gun restoration, right? Because they trust him in the community sometimes, and thank God they trust me. I'm still a woman. And he walks a lot of us into very dangerous places. And he rescues a lot of people in time of emergency out of very dangerous places. And so that would be my concern. And that's why when we filed the application from my standpoint, that I requested conversation with him with restoration guns. I bought my first gun 3 years ago. It's pinky green. But I bought it because of increasing, honestly, situations driving. And I got stopped in Mississippi, not because my car was ragged, it's because I ran out of gas. It's a running joke that I don't use the gas in. And I did have it, I did not have anything, and I sat on the Mississippi road for an hour and a half. I don't usually do it. And I only say that not to make light of it, but to say Tyrone does that a lot for a number of community people, even transporting our children and, things like that.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Just let me advise that, we reach out to the community, and there is some opposition, particularly by the district attorney. Mr. Chu says Subject is a 6-time felon, including one from Texas. He should receive no part. Later, he in no way needs to receive, especially his gun rights. So you need to just be aware of that. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues. Are you ready to vote?
Can we go into executive session, please?
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton for executive session. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Second by Mr. Prater. Can you call the roll, please?
Renata,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Prater,
Here,
Tilly.
Yeah.
Baker.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. We're going to be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. At 9:53, is there any opposition? All right, we're back in regular session and we're ready to vote. Mr. Dickens and Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Okay. Mr. Dickens, I appreciate all the work that you've done, and I applaud you for being remorseful for what you've done and the connections you have with your kids and your family and everything you've done since then. And my vote is that you received the pardon, but I can't in good conscience go with the firearms. So my vote at this time and recommendation to the governor would that you receive a pardon for all the charges, but that you not have the right to carry a firearm. That's my vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Freeman.
My vote is gonna be the same. I'm not gonna lie to you. I came in here with a definite no, but, your support is great. Things you're doing for your community is obviously just unbelievable. So my vote will also be to grant. My recommendation to the governor would be to grant, but I also would be without mine.
Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Dickens, I commend you for the service that you've done in the community. Your friends speak very highly of you, and my vote today is to grant without firearms.
Mr. Dickens, I'm like the rest, that the community service and your support is outstanding. There's no doubt about that. But the domestic violence battery was very violent. And then the drug charges was in 2006 was extensive also. But I do agree that since that time, you've done a lot. And for you saying, I didn't hear from Ms. Dorsey and the children, but that you have a relationship with them, a close relationship. So that's been mended from the event that happened in 2004. Based upon that, I agree with my colleagues, Mr. Tillis and Mr. Freeman, and Mr. Prater. I'm going to vote possession without firearms, so because of the violence.
All right, Mr. Dickens, and I agree with everything that's been said. I'm impressed by the work that you've done. You do live a life of service now, and thank you for helping the community. Some of those is the same as my colleagues, parting without restoration firearms, based on the opposition that was expressed by the DA without the firearm. So you've received a unanimous vote. We'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. We are the pardon board and we are convening at Hunt Correctional Center. It is Monday, July 7, 2025, and it is 10:01 a.m. Warden, good morning. You and your staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, for Warden Keith Turner, Milligan High Correctional Center.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Thank y'all for accommodating us this morning. And we have Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, would you introduce yourself?
Ma'am,
Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Anderson Hawkins, DOC 321124.
Mr. Hawkins, let me introduce the folks who are here in support there with you at Hunt. Your nieces Jada Bell and Shanika Hawkins, your nephew Marlon Hawkins, and another nephew Thomas Hawkins.
That's right.
On Zoom, we have your daughter LaTanya Singleton and the parole project, Mr. Blake, who will be speaking on your behalf. Now, here with us in Baton Rouge, we have numerous members of the victim's family in opposition, and I'll read their names. Leon Jackson, Willie Jackson, Marlon Jackson, Leslie Moore, Mildred Gaines, Annie Green, Jovanka Chapman, Leola Jackson, Nina Jones, Leonte Jackson, Devontae Jackson, LaShonda Ferguson, and Leangel Sanders. They do have designated speakers. We'll be calling on them at the appropriate time. But first, Mr. Hawkins, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to hear from you. Why have you submitted this application? What did you do to get in jail? And why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. On June 1st, 1992, me and my wife were moving back in together. And in the process of moving back in together, when I arrived at the house, she wasn't there. So I went looking for her. And on the process of confronting Mr. Jackson, who was having an affair, who my wife was having an affair with, you know, and I encountered, I'm trying to say the word, in running my gun fired and struck Mr. Jackson in the chest. And it ricocheted off the side of it, the storm door, the door. But it ricocheted off the door. And then that's when it struck him in the chest.
So you were sentenced in February of 1993 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us why have you submitted this application and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Well, I would like to, but to commute my sentence, up on the application. And in the process of that, I'm very remorseful for what happened. I take full responsibility on my action and what happened. And by my age and the time that I've been incarcerated, I would like to, go on.
All right, we'll get a little more into that in a few minutes. Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hawkins has been at Hunt about 30 years. I've only been here for the past 2 months. He's a trustee here, Mr. Natson. I spoke to several of the staff members, and he has been a respectful inmate since he's been here. He's received 4 write-ups in the past 32 years, which I think he should be commended for that. And his last disciplinary report was in 2010.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. So we'll hear from the folks, Mr. Hawkins, who want to speak on your behalf. First, Mr. Blake with the parole project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Anderson Hawkins Jr. As the warden stated, he's only had 4 write-ups in 32 years. Because of his classes and his programming, his participation in Catholic fellowships, Men of Change, Men of Faith, and because he's a Class A trustee, he has been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide reentry services that include transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that'll mentor him through the process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Hawkins' daughter, LaTanya, would like to say a few words. Go ahead, ma'am. Is she going from you? LaTanya, we'd like to hear from you now.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, LaTanya? Maybe having some audio issues. Can you call?
Hello.
You are. There you are. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
It's kind of I can hear barely.
Okay, tell us what you want us to know about your father.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get this. Just in speaking on behalf of my dad, he has been incarcerated over 30 plus years. He has vocalized remorse for the murder of Mr. Jackson. I just ask that the board consider those favorable findings that he has displayed during his 30 plus years in prison, and also consideration of the fact that he had no prior incidents up until that point, and he has displayed good behavior for the majority of his 30 plus years in the Louisiana Correctional Institution.
All right, yes, ma'am. Thank you for speaking with us this morning.
Okay.
All right, at this time, we'd like to hear from the victim's family. I'll let you all decide who wants to speak first. Whoever it is, just step up to the podium and introduce yourself, please. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Honorable Board, Chairman Nassar, Vice Chairman Prager, Honorable Biggerton, Honorable Freeman, and Honorable Tillis. Thanks for having us at this hearing. My name is Brian Jackson. On one accord and unanimously, my family asks that you deny clemency inmate Anderson Hawkins Jr. for the 1992 murder of our beloved Leon Jackson Sr. We want to inform the board, family, and the factors considered with our unanimous decision to deny. Firstly, our family consists of reasonable, hardworking, and God-fearing individuals. Being community leaders, we come to you as truck drivers, nurses, teachers, lawyers, just to name a few. We believe in the Constitution. We understand the judicial system and procedures and processes. We understand the importance of the Board of Pardons being that you are, this task has been throughout our government has been advocated to distinguished individuals on the board. Hence, we are aware that second chances can be given. But this case does not warrant a second chance for inmate Hawkins Jr. Second, the premeditation, callousness, and cruelty of this murder goes far beyond a random fight or a heated blood incident. It goes far. My son, inmate Hawkins Jr., he planned, plotted, and executed under the guise of darkness. Shortly after midnight on a Monday morning, while everybody was asleep, he lured Leon Sr. to open his door. Look out the door. Hiding in the dark at the corner of the house. We talking some 50 feet away, and using his rifle that encompassed a scope, and that he had previously killed wild animals with. He shot Leon Sr. With his mission accomplished, he left the scene, while Leon Sr. was suffering alone and bleeding to death. Third, the pain of this egregious and senseless murder, it resonates in our family daily in our lives because we have been given nor offered any answers into this murder. All instead, inmate Hawkins Jr. has offered us lie after lie about this crime and who was involved. Thus adding more frustration and anxiety into our lives over this conspiracy and assassination. Lastly, inmate Hawkins Jr. he does not have any remorse for this horrific murder. He denies what happened. He offers 3 separate accounts of what happened. Number one, the gun went off on his own. Yet, the gun never previously discharged on its own. Number 2, it was a ricochet shot. Yet, he was using his rifle that encompassed a scope and only a mere 50 feet away. Number 3, he was trying to scare Leon Sr. Yet, he left the scene after shooting Leon Sr. without calling for help. Furthermore, he has not reached out to our family, and he's never apologized for his murderous plight. Unanimously, my family pleads that you deny clemency to inmate Anderson Hawkins Jr. for his murder of our beloved Leon Jackson Sr. This includes denial of pardon, parole, probation, commutation, and any other diminution of sentence. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Leon Jackson. Leon Jackson Jr. here on behalf of my family. I represent my father. This individual murdered my father some 30-odd years ago. It's a horrified family. I had children, grandchildren, that will never get to meet my father because of this individual. It's a total hard time for me and our family. This gentleman wants clemency. Where was the mercy for my father that night? And he got murdered. Me and my family, we want justice. We want justice to be upheld in this matter. Continuously served this inmate. He's not showing any remorse, sympathy, even from the last time we were standing right here. All I have.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Youngster Jackson. I'm the oldest grandchild of Leon Jackson Sr. My father, who was here, Leon Jackson. My grandfather, he didn't have a state chance to be here. Was not able to experience my kids, other siblings, and a lot of my family members tell me how much that I favor him, but I never know. I just hate to see the battle that my dad had to go through, stories that he had to tell me, and not having a father here to guide him, father every way. I'm just asking that you guys just hear us out, please, and just understand from where we're coming.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you all. All right, Mr. Hawkins, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
The time that you have been incarcerated, I saw some of the classes, and I read through your file. And some of the classes that you took, what are the ones impacted you the most?
I didn't
Which
know.
one of the classes impacted you most? Of all the ones that you took?
Oh, the mental change.
Men of change.
End of change?
Men of change.
Men of change, tell me about it.
It was a good program. We had a good instructor. It was all about the change in your life for better and for preparation for going home.
That's the only one?
No, sir. I went to an OSHA class. It was about environment that you go in and work environment. In OSHA, it was a good program. And I did a lot of hands-on with the charity with dealing with the Mercify Retreat and the Men of Faith. All this is a religious organization. That was the most one that I always attended and went to.
Okay, let me ask you this. I read where you said you and your wife were getting back together.
Yes, sir.
She was living with the victim?
No, I had moved out. She was at home.
Okay,
I moved out.
Was she living with the guy, the victim?
No.
She wasn't?
No.
Okay, you said you went to scare him. Why were you going to scare him?
Well,
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear.
I think we may have lost the audio.
All right, we're having issues with your audio. Can you check your microphone, Hunt?
Okay.
There we go.
What was the reason why you were trying to scare him?
To frighten him, or he would leave my wife alone. I wasn't intended to hurt no one. But that was the consequence on a ricochet.
Okay. You said a ricochet. What were you aiming at when you shot at him?
Just shooting past the house. If the door jam had to open, the bullet went on down the street. When the door opened, the bullet hit the door casing and ricocheted off the door casing.
So you shot at the house. You weren't shooting at him when you opened the door.
The door. That's what it hit the door.
It hit the door.
Yes,
So you don't know if you hit him or not. You just shot.
right.
I see. I have no more questions.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, did you take any victim awareness classes?
No, sir.
Okay.
I put in for it, but I never got put on the call out to attend.
Yeah. Funny that you hadn't taken none of them. And didn't, your family beat him up 2 weeks before?
Did my family do what, sir?
Beat the victim up 2 weeks before?
No, sir. Well, I don't recall that.
Yeah, well, there's an aggravated battery charge where your brother-in-law and some others beat him up pretty badly. And you went there just to scare him, correct?
I don't recall it. It could have happened.
All right. It was, 30-06, I mean. Yeah, the ricochet part's kind of getting to me a little bit. Usually them bullets explode. They don't ricochet, but I guess it could. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm wondering, also, they said that they found a letter. You said y'all were getting back together, but Miss Jackson had written a letter on 5/29. So it was just before the day, practically the day before all this happened, and said, stating she had left the residence to do some thinking because she was having family problems. So it looks like maybe you would have known that she wasn't there, or did you not get the letter? Did she talk to you about that she was going to be leaving the residence because she was out of town? So you just go by there and shoot at that house? Period? Why would you do that anyway?
I went to the house that we was living in.
What time was that?
9, 10 o'clock, I guess. I don't recall exactly.
And the man opened the door?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What caused him to open the door?
I guess he was coming out.
And you just happened to be there at the right time in the right place to shoot him?
Well, I was shooting at him.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. How convenient was that? And also that previously he'd been beaten up by your family members and they were charged with aggravated battery. So it seems to me like there was a lot of intent involved in this. Something I have to say.
Mr. Hawkins, so that you know, and I'm sure you were advised of this at your last hearing, there is opposition from the community to any relief for you. The current judge, presiding judge, is opposed, and she states that the defendant's assertion that the shooting was an accident is not credible. The jury clearly did not believe that nor deny. The district attorney is opposed, the sheriff is opposed, the chief of police is opposed. I need to make you aware of that. I don't see any other questions, so I believe we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is going to be to deny due to the law enforcement and strong family risk.
Thank you, Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is going to be to deny due to a strong victim opposition and the opposition from law enforcement and the judge. She wrote definitively how I feel about this. It really wasn't an accident and it was premeditated.
Mr. Prater,
I concur with all of those reasons.
Mr. Freeman.
Deny law enforcement and victim opposition, and I strongly suggest you take a victim course before you apply again.
Yeah, Mr. Hawkins, I do want to commend you for your good, your good conduct record. Warden pointed out that it's only 4 write-ups in 30+ years, which is commendable. But you don't seem to believe that you did anything wrong. I don't get any remorse or sympathy for the victims or empathy for the victims' family from you. And I think that's part of rehabilitation is understanding the impact you had. So I agree. My vote today is also to deny with a strong recommendation that maybe the warden can help get you into some of those classes. I think it would be beneficial for everybody. But today, sir, you received a unanimous vote to deny your application. Good luck to you. All right, we have next is Mr. Franks. Good morning, Mr. Franks.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
James Franks, DOC number 299620.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Bossier Parish, July 1991, to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let me acknowledge that you do have some folks here today in support. Your brother's here, Mr. Jack Franks Jr. On Zoom, and we'll hear from him shortly. We also have some folks in opposition. We have the victim's sister, Ms. Carrie Hawthorne, the Assistant District Attorney from the 26th Judicial District, Mr. Richard Ray, the victim's mother, Ms. Diane Short, and Police Chief Todd Gibson. And we'll be hearing from all of those people at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Franks, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, but we want to hear from you first. We'd like to hear your statement. Why are you submitting a commutation of sentence? What did you do to be in jail, and why do you think we ought to vote for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know which question you want me to answer.
You just do that any way you want.
So, it started, I was visiting a friend of mine in Hawkins. On the way back home, I passed Mr. Bodie Short. We started talking. The talk turned into a heated argument, and he turned around to go into his toolbox. When he turned back around and I saw that he didn't have a gun in his hand, I made the worst decision of my life, and a decision that I've lived with every day since, and I will for the rest of my life. Since I've been incarcerated, I've used this time to try to better myself. I've taken classes like anger management, substance abuse, and I've taken classes so that if I was ever able to get back in society, I'd prepare myself for it.
All right, sir. We'll get a little deeper into that when we start our interview with you. But first, we'd like to hear from Warden Turner. What can you tell us about Mr. Franks?
Well, we haven't had any issues with Mr. Franks since he's been here. Mr. Knoxon, we received him in, I think, 2016. And, he's another one who's had minimal write-up. He's only had 8 since his incarceration. He is a trustee working in the library, and he's a fairly respectful inmate. We haven't had any issues out of him.
Thank you, sir. Good to hear. We'd like to hear from Mr. Franks' brother, Mr. Jack Franks. I think you're still on mute, sir.
Here's right there.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, all right, we unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay.
What would you like us to know?
Okay, I'm getting in late on this. I don't know what's transpired so far. James Franks is my brother, and I realize what the hearing is about. And if he does get released, which we're really praying for, to assure you he has a safe Christian home in Missouri where he has a job, a place to stay already set up, and I guarantee you he will stay out of trouble and lead a productive life.
Sir?
Yes.
Thank you. We appreciate you joining in. You can we had just got started, so you didn't really miss anything. So
okay.
Next we're going to hear from the victims representatives. First, could we hear from Ms. Diane Short?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Man, we can.
Pardon?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. I am very much against him getting out of prison because he came to my house and shot my son in the back several times. And the reason I didn't come down there is because we had been up to Benton. He'd found a letter his mother had wrote or something. And we were up there several times on account of that. And first time the thing didn't work and he couldn't hear him. The second time he wanted to talk to his lawyer, and we were up there several times. So I didn't come down there this time on account of that. And the DA back then was Whitley Graves, who has died. But his last time to come down there, he was spitting up blood and in a wheelchair, but he came anyhow. And that was last, and then he died. But that was the last time he came there. And I still live at the same place where he shot my son. And I have the same phone number. He called me from the jail the day he shot my son. I don't know why. And he got life without parole. And I think he should stay in there. He was 30 years old or in his 30s. And he should just not be let out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. And Miss Carrie Hawthorne, you're still on mute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Franks received life with no chance of parole by jury. Therefore, he should be required to have to finish life with no chance of parole. He should not be let out of jail. According to our judicial system, the only way Mr. Franks should leave prison is in a pine box. He chose to murder my brother that day. He had a choice, and he chose to murder him. Now, just because he has decided he wants out of prison, that's neither here nor there. The jury spoke. He was awarded life with no chance of parole, and that's what he should be required to do. He ruined our lives, and my poor mother is 83 years old. What little life she has left should not be focused on Mr. Franks walking free from prison. She should be able to live the rest of her life knowing he is secure in prison. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you. Chief Gibson.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I've known Miss Diane Short and Carrie for many years, and they sent me the letter asking me to help them, and I want to help them. They have been through a lot since Brody's was murdered, and Miss Diane is a sweet lady, Carrie's a sweet lady, and I would hate for them to have to see or fear every day knowing that the man that killed their family member is walking free. And I think for their benefit and their satisfaction, they've been through a lot since then, and to continue to serve justice, to give them a peace of mind to see him continue to serve time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Ray from the DA's office.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak. On behalf of the Bossier-Webster District Attorney Skylar Marvin and our office, we would express our strongest opposition to any commutation or any change in Mr. Frank's sentence. Ms. Short referenced the fact that the family had to come to court over the last 18 months to 2 years, Mr. Franks filed a petition for post-conviction relief, and we actually had several hearings on the issue. The court ultimately determined that there was no merit to his post-conviction relief petition. And as Miss Diane Short indicated, Whitley Graves, who was a state trooper, then an attorney and a assistant district attorney, first assistant district attorney, and then a defense attorney for many years. In his last visit to a courtroom, he was very ill, but he came in to testify in that hearing, and it was very compelling. And if the court does not have, or if the board does not have access to that transcript, I could get it for you. But it was Mr. Franks. This was a brutal killing. This was near the home, if not right in front of the home of Miss Short, where she still lives. There were witnesses to this. Essentially, it was several shots in the back, and Mr. Franks. I could see how stressful this has been for the family through this process of post-conviction relief applications. Their fear of Mr. Franks is real. I've seen it, and it is legitimate. They would be very fearful if Mr. Franks were ever released. I know that Mr. Franks wants out of jail. I wouldn't want to be in jail either, but as he indicated, he made the choice. He made the mistake. He's been sentenced to life without parole, and it would be our position that he not be commuted and that he continue to serve his sentence. I would also like to point out, I think that there were other letters that were sent through the victim's assistance coordinator for the board, other than Miss Hawthorne or Miss Short. I believe there was at least one other letter, maybe two. So I would hope
Yes.
that you got those. Well.
We did. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Franks, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Franks, good morning. How long have you served on this charge?
34 years, I believe.
Okay, and how old are you now?
71.
Okay. I see you took a whole bunch of classes. Which class was your best?
Which class did I?
Which one you liked most? Which one you learned the most out
of? Anger management and techno media. I used to have an anger problem.
Okay. And what did you learn from that? What do you need to do when you get mad?
Need to step away from the problem. Don't let my emotions rule me and think things through instead of act on impulse.
Okay. And had you worked for Mr. Sharp before? Did you work out there on their place?
No, sir.
Okay, and what happened? They accused you of a burglary?
He accused me of stealing some psychedelic mushrooms from his brother.
Some what now?
Psychedelic mushrooms from his brother.
Okay.
I don't do psychedelic mushrooms, and the thing about it was later on they discovered somebody else who did it. I didn't. But it was a silly argument. It should never happen.
And so did you have the gun out, or you went to the truck and got the gun?
I reached in my car to get the gun because I thought he was going to his toolbox to get a weapon, a pistol. But then he turned around and I saw that he didn't have a pistol, he had a hammer in his hand. I should have tried to get back in my car and leave.
Right, because I mean, the threat was eliminated after the first shot, but you shot him twice, huh?
Yeah, so I don't have any excuse. I
Okay.
paid.
I'm not asking no correct, because it was a single shot or was it a pump? Or
Shot.
single shot, that's what I thought. Okay. And how'd you help?
Sir,
How's your health?
I have high blood pressure. Other than that, I just had a heart monitor, because I had a irregular heartbeat, but that checked out okay. I believe it's fine now. I
And
keep my blood
they've
pressure.
already noted the family opposition, well, we've heard from them and the law enforcement opposition, you have that. Other than that, I do not think I have any more questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll get something, all right. Mrs. Stapleton?
I just want to make the mention that you're very candid, pretty very candid about the crime. But when you saw the hammer and then you had a shotgun, that was an unfair advantage already. And that was a reason to back down. Secondly, I wanted to just say a couple of things about the victim, Brody Short. We got information about him and it's very endearing. He, in high school in 1976, he was Rookie of the Year for the state of Louisiana in rodeo. And then he went pro rodeo, and he rode away with the LRA championship bull rider buckle. And he came back to Bossier City. When he was murdered, the family started a scholarship in his name. And 14 youngsters in the high school in the rodeo finals divided up the money. So I wanted to just say something nice about Brody's life while he was here on earth. And commend the family also and the Bossier sheriff, because they went with the family and introduced crime victims reparations to them. And a lot of people still don't even know that exists, but they got crime victims reparations through the sheriff's office, and it was in the newspaper. So I want to commend the sheriff, and I'm happy that the family did get that type of service. That's all I have to say.
Question?
No.
All right, I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, that's a real tough one, Mr. Frank. That's the only charge on your rap sheet. You never had any other charges, any other violence. You've done very good in prison. You've taken a ton of classes. And then on the opposite side, you took a wonderful life, cut a good life short. My vote today is because this is not final. This does not mean you're getting out, but my vote is to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you. Mr. Tillers?
My vote also is to commute Grant to 99 years. Recommendation to the governor.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote today is going to be denied based upon strong family opposition, strong law enforcement. The APA spoke, and it was an unfair advantage. It was a brutal crime. That's my vote.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny because of victim opposition, law enforcement, DA opposition, and brutality of the crime.
All right, Mr. Franks, it requires 4 votes. You didn't get that today. You got 2 favorable and 2 that were not favorable to your application. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you, sir. Warden, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 10:53. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
All right, so we have, well, you introduce yourself to us, so tell us your name and mailing address.
Raymond J. Horton Jr. 200 Brook Hill Drive, Youngsville, Louisiana, 70592.
Thank you, and we have, your wife, Mrs. Jennifer Horton, is here also, and she wants to speak. We'll call on you just a few minutes. So, Mr. Horton, let me just read some identifying information in the record, sir. Your DOC number is 454161. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in May 2002 in St. Mary Parish for possession of Schedule 1, a hallucinogenic substance, marijuana. You received a 7-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 5 years of active probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman to my far right, but before he begins the interview, we'd like to hear your statement. You know, what got you in trouble and why are you seeking this pardon?
Well, I was young and stupid, basically. Over time, I learned my lesson, grew up a lot. And I'm just ready to leave all of this behind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think your wife wants to say a few words, man. You wanna go ahead and just stand up there by him and tell us what you'd like us to know.
I met my husband Raymond Horton about a year and a half after his conviction. And we've been together for 22 years. I have watched him grow to an incredible person, a loving father, a loving stepfather, a contributor to the community. He has since gained his GED, paid all restorations. It's not been in trouble. I can say that our children without him and his guidance and his moral values that he instilled in them would not be where they are at today. My daughter is at University of Lafayette pursuing a business degree. His stepson, my son, Sage, is currently in the Navy serving as a nuclear electrical technician. And he sacrificed working, stayed constantly working. He supported our kids in different organizations. He volunteered through band, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, cheerleading, 4-H on the local and parish level, and also helped and supported my daughter start her own nonprofit organization called Spread Cheer Indiana, which he helps package and deliver Christmas gifts to the elderly in our students. So he is truly given back to his community. And we are ready to have this lifted off of him and the burden taken off. Just recently last week, one of these burdens is we had to switch life insurance. And one of the questions on a life insurance policy is, were you convicted of a felony? And of course, he has to say yes. And now we're rated at a higher rate because of a dumb decision he made with relief. And we all have to continuously suffer for that. You know, we want to travel. We hosted exchange students. Over 22 foreign exchange students have lived in our home. And we have volunteered to take them in and show them around and share our culture and, you know, expose our children to diversity and love. And it's sad because now that these countries are asking for visitor visas, that it is restricted in some of these countries for a felon to enter. And without a pardon, these are the challenges we face. We want to go back to Brazil to see our Brazilian son get married. And that is a question on the Brazilian visa. Is have you been convicted of a felony? And I know this does not completely erase it off of his record, but at least he would have paperwork to show that he was pardoned and he's changed and he is an asset to his community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Horton, I'm not gonna ask you many questions. I'm gonna just point out that you've done very well. It happened in 2001. You completed your probation successfully in 2007. You wrote a very, very truthful statement. It was easy to follow. And you've been married, what, for 21 years? 22. All right, let's get that 22 in there. So I have no questions for you.
What kind of community services have you been doing?
Well, just, helping my daughter out with like her nonprofit and stuff like that. Here recently, I've really haven't done a whole lot because I've been busy at work, but, in the past, I mean, it's been helping out with like the fellow scouts and stuff like that.
You were sentenced to 7 years and you only served 2. Is that correct?
No, sir.
How many you served?
I didn't serve any time.
You didn't serve any time, so that was pretty good. You got away. But, so you didn't try to take any classes, do any speeches or anything to help other kids not do drugs?
No, sir.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
I got one question. Why did you walk to the house when the police car was there to go inside? I couldn't understand. I run a lot of search warrants. I never had anybody walk up with those.
So this is what happened. I was at my other friend's house and me and him was kind of, partnering in the situation. Well, his brother brought me to the house where I was living. And we pulled up to the yard and I looked around and I seen some more cars across the street. I was like, man, don't pull up in my yard. I think the cops are over there right now. And he's like, no, it's okay. So he pulled in the yard. I got out of the vehicle. And when I walked up to the door, I seen the cop inside with his arm. So that's why I took off the ring.
And now if you had a green card or whatever color card those are, prescription cards, you wouldn't even gone to jail with.
That's it.
Good gracious.
All that's behind me. I don't mess with any of that anymore. So
Good. That's all. I'm just curious about that.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to grant with restoration to file.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant with restoration of power.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
And Mr. Craig.
Grant with restoration.
And that's my vote as well. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you. So.
All right. Yes, sir.
Love.
Thank y'all for
Thank you so
all the work
much.
you do with the exchange students.
Yeah,
That's great.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
DAMONE GAINES, that's the 1512 Piety. 707 zip code.
Okay. And you have your sister, LaTanya Gaines, with you this morning. Welcome. I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Gaines. Your DOC number is 401478. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced August 1998 in Orleans Parish for possession of cocaine. You received a 3-year sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 3 years of probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So tell us about that situation and why are you seeking this pardon?
First of all, I was coming home from college and just in a bad area at the wrong time. Got caught up in that situation. And it was my first time ever being convicted. So after that, trying to get my life moving forward, I'm trying to get a job and was denied because of being a felon. And I had another resource to get another job. I have to have a firearm, so without being able to have a firearm, I can receive it in that jobs.
So I think your sister wants to say a few words. You want to stand up there by him and tell us what you'd like us to know?
Well, as a young kid, some of us make choices, whether it be the company we keep or just following behind someone. I can honestly say he has matured. He's learned his lesson. Managed to stay out of trouble ever since then. And this hinders him from being able to obtain better paying jobs and going forward with a lot of things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Mr. Gaines, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. What year was this that you were arrested for the cocaine?
95.
Okay. And since then, how many times have you been arrested? Okay.
I've been doing law service and also I've been mechanic.
Okay. And that was in 2005?
Yes, no, 2015.
2015.
No, I'm sorry. That was in 95, the charges.
Okay, in 95,
yes,
was the cocaine charge?
Yes.
And they dealt with it in 98 when you got 3 years probation?
Yes.
Okay. Were you arrested in 2010 for possession of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Did I misunderstand you when I asked had you been arrested since then?
No, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. That was my error. I apologize for that.
Okay, were you arrested in 2014 for threatening your girlfriend?
No, that was a misunderstanding with that situation. There was a verbal that and she ended up calling the police or whatever. I didn't know anything about it because I didn't do it. But she put out a called them and then put out a warrant for my arrest. I didn't know anything about it. I would have addressed it and I wouldn't know anything about it.
Okay, I see they didn't prosecute you, but you were found guilty of the marijuana in 2010.
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of, you might not have understood me, but it's kind of, I'm having a hard time getting by the fact that I asked you, have you been in trouble since 1995? And you said no, and I found 2 more arrests.
It slipped my mind. I'm sorry. I was not trying to hide anything from you.
Okay. Where do you work?
I was in St. Bernard Parish.
Where do you work?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do mobile mechanic work and I also cut grass. I don't have
Okay. One of these cases, you were arrested. Wasn't there a firearm involved?
No, I was in 95.
That was in 95. You had a gun then?
No, I didn't have a gun. They found a rusty old gun in the back shed and they put that on the case with that. And they threw that firearm charge out. And they gave me probation for possession of crack.
Was that your crack cocaine?
No, like I said, I was in the wrong area at the wrong time. I was just coming home from college, sir, because I was
right.
going, I was going in the morning. I would go to 2 classes in the morning after lunch, we would go straight to college. From college, I would go home. And I ended up going home at the time I was working on the car I had in front of the door. And the police ended up turning the corner. And they turned the corner. They pushed me and told me to go in the alley and searching me. After doing that searching, they put me in the house. And then after they strip searched me in the house, in my mother's house, I come out the house with the other officer. And another officer come up with a practical and said, "With mine, I was denied it, but had no fight against his word against mine."
Okay, so you just took it like a man and nothing that you could do about it.
Yes, I had no choice.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I got.
Yes, sir.
The lawn care, you own the lawn care? Or-
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have your own mower?
Yes, I do.
So you mentioned a job that you may have an opportunity, but it requires a firearm.
Security.
Like for where?
This one was.
For you, for
Yes, ma'am.
For you?
Yes.
What type of business is that?
Security.
Just a personal security?
Yeah.
Okay. Like a bodyguard?
Yeah.
All right. And have you been, there were some other opportunities that were mentioned that you didn't, we didn't expand on. What other opportunities have you missed out on because you have this on your record?
I was supposed to go out of town with a friend of mine to go seek another job in security work. Due to me not being able to carry a fire, he didn't know, and I didn't know that, I needed proper documents to carry a firearm. So, yeah, that's stopped that.
Okay.
Had no chance with that.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I noticed when Mr. Prater began his interview, it seemed like you were a little nervous, but you calmed down.
Yes.
And so that's maybe why you.
Yeah, I kind of overstepped there.
I got you. So you're through with drugs and all that?
Yeah. I'm ready to live my life and move forward.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
All right. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any. Prepared to vote?
I'm prepared to vote. With one question.
Yes, sir.
Have you been arrested at all since the marijuana deal? No, wait a minute, since the assault deal that was dropped?
No, sir.
And you sure?
Yes.
None? Okay, just want to be, I understand.
Thank you.
I understand.
I thank you for helping me address it also and bringing it back up.
Okay, all righty. Yeah, my vote is that we grant him pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to grant with restorations, good cleansing, period.
Mr. Tiller,
My vote is to grant also restoration of the firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant restoration of honor.
I
Thank you
agree.
all
My vote is
very much.
also the same. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor.
Thank you all so
Good
much.
luck to you. So, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
KARL VAUGHT, 2116 Bayard Park Drive, Evansville, Indiana, 47714.
And you have your brother here, family member, I
Yeah.
guess. Is he brother? Mr. Rex Vaught, and who's here in support. And thank you for being here, sir. So let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Carl, into the record. Can you hear me okay?
I'm here.
Okay. So you have a DOC number, which is 78447. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in November 1974 in Orleans Parish for possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 6-year sentence. Is all that correct?
Correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us, sir, what happened? How'd you get in that trouble and why are you seeking this pardon?
Okay. I'll try to encapsulate this into a condensed.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
I was very young. I just got discharged recently, about a year before that, 82nd Airborne, with Fort Bragg. My dad was running a trucking company in New Orleans, on Airline Highway. Okay. And so I came home, back home, a kid back home from the Army, and socially made a few contacts in the subculture of the marijuana trade out of through Mexico, through Texas, into New Orleans. A lot of marijuana was being handled there. I was a nickel and dime pot guy that knew some people that received pot. Okay. So then my parents relocated from Slidell, Louisiana, over to Pass Christiana to be closer to the boat dock with the trucking company he was affiliated with. So now I'm living in Pass Christiana, Mississippi. But I've still got my contacts in New Orleans. Okay. So I'm a nickel and dime pot guy. And I happened to be at this guy, the guy that I knew, I happened to be at his house. And believe me, the FBI didn't figure anything out. That was a rap. And some gal had snitched on somebody. And this place gets an FBI sting while the goofy kid from Pass Christiana, Mississippi happens to be there. So an FBI sting happens. And I'm there, okay, this is very unfortunate for me. A guy picks up a pound of pot once in a while. Now, there's 1,000 pounds of pot with these guys at this house. Because it came in on a van from Mexico to Texas to New Orleans. So our 4 clever FBI agents are there in their Porsche cars and all that. And they're breaking this building down. I mean, pulling the walls down off the sides of inside of this house. We're all been pistol whipped. We're all on the floor, we're shackled down and been beat up for the answers. Where's the heroin? Where's the narcotics? Because these guys don't know about pot. They're about narcotics. But the snitch set them up thinking it was narcotics. So they take those nice, cool dudes. They take 100 pounds each for this pot sold for $125 a pound. They take 100 pounds each and stick it in their Porsche sports cars for their personal bonus that day. And they charge me with 200 pounds. There's 600 pounds left. They charge me with 200 pounds. They charge Richard with 200 pounds. And they charge the guy from Texas for 200 pounds. So the 3 of us are charged with possession of 200 pounds of marijuana with intent to sell. Now, I'm just out of the Army. I'm about 20 years old. So I don't really know what's going on. So my lawyer, after I leave Orleans Parish Prison, the infamous House of the Rising Sun there in Orleans Parish, the death house. My lawyer gets me out of there, but he doesn't tell me, he says, okay, we'll put you on bond for 9 months. He fails to give me the gospel. He fails to say, look, you got 9 months. Straighten your life out, get to work somewhere, and show up here with $2,500 so you can walk away with a grin on your face. I think I'm going in there with an attorney to say, hey, look, I'm a nickel and dime kid handling a penny's worth of pot. And this isn't my pot. I live in Mississippi. It's not my home address. It's not my pot. I'm a nickel and dime pot idiot. But it's not my pot. So I thought I had a lawyer went in to plead a case of innocence on the possession with intent to sell all this pot. It wasn't my pot. So no, I go there and they say, look, you better get down there. You don't want to go to Angola, guy, because you're not going to survive it. They're killing 6 people a month by average in the Louisiana DOC. You won't survive Angola. So get down the hallway and call your mom and dad and get $2,500 and wire down here so you can walk away with a grin on your face. Because you're going to get raped and killed and beat up and all this bad stuff's going to happen to you. In Angola, you don't want to go there. Nobody goes there. And I said, I don't call mommy and daddy. I play big boy games, big boy consequences, even though this isn't my pot. I can't call mom and dad at a time like this and get $2,500 wired down so I can walk away. I was a little embarrassed. I wasn't high at the time. I was a little embarrassed, a little ashamed, and a little stupid feeling for not, but nobody explained it to me. It wasn't about innocent or guilt or anything. It was about simply, hey, you're gonna go to prison. And then I wouldn't make the phone call. So I went ahead and did it. And so fast forward, yeah, I did Angola for a while, the first year or so, and we picked the cotton and worked the plantation, did good thing, did the chain gang thing, but I had a higher than the second grade average education, I could read and write. So I eventually got a job in administration, but I get to use a typewriter and read and write and everything. So I got off the chain gang, it survived. So fast forward, and then I get, and an old convict says, you want to get out of this? I said, yeah. And I said, well, get my lawyer, he'll get you out. And this was almost done anyway. So I hired Nolan J. Nolan J gets me out of the next parole board 2 months early, doing 2-on-6. So Nolan J gets me out 2 months early, and I go back. So 10 years later, or 8 or 10 years later, now fast forward to 1987, I'm still a little pissed off about it. I think what a bad deal I got. If somebody was shot straight with me, I would have known to show the $2,500 instead of go to prison. So 10 years later, I call Nolan J. and he's got me gun smoked in his office. And then they say, no, Nolan J's not with us anymore. He got some deputy went in his office and shot him up. So now fast forward 4 years, 2.5 years ago, I started this process. So I lived a straight life. I could run a businessman, have my own business, been in the DOC ministry trying to teach kids that these idiots that are legalizing pot don't understand and how it's going to damage you. You're going to be 25 years old someday with the mentality of a 12-year-old, or like I was, this pot thing's not good. I teach sobriety. I've helped these kids. I've been a mentor. I've been a DOC chaplain and a minister for years and years, over a quarter century, trying to help kids learn not to do what I did. And I've stayed out of trouble. I've run a business and never, been audited a few times and always been clean and done what I'm supposed to do. And I thought, why not plead for justice after the fact? Because, hey, I'm the one who's guilty. I didn't plead guilty in court, but I'm guilty of being a guy that wouldn't call his folks so I could pay $2,500 and walk that day in Orleans Parish. And Judge Shea, the infamous Judge Shea. So anyway, so my thing is why wouldn't I deserve at this point of having a track record of improvement, done the right thing, and gone way out there and tried extra hard to influence others and mentor kids and help the system to do right? Why wouldn't I deserve a pardon at this point?
Well,
so that's why I applied for it.
Right.
I traveled 1,000 miles, more than 1,000 miles.
I see that.
Just to do it.
Yes, sir. So let us ask you some questions. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, I'm gonna start with, you said you were I read 82nd Airborne, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then somewhere in all of that, you said that you had a second grade education and could read and write.
No, I said I didn't have. The average education level in the Louisiana Department of Corrections in 1974 was second grade. I could read and write. So I didn't have to stay on the chain gang.
Because you could read and write.
Pardon me?
Because you can read and write.
I had
that
an
moves
eighth grade
you up the
education.
ladder, is what you were saying.
Yeah, I had an eighth grade education and a high school education. I had all that.
So the $2,500 that you keep talking about, that would have been to pay restitution or just your fines and fees?
They didn't make sure I just walked out of court a free guy, and maybe they would have, maybe they might have, I don't know if they'd had me plea out to what. I don't know if they would have said, oh, for $2,500, we're gonna knock this down to misdemeanor, and you can go home now, because I don't know what they would have. But $2,500 was that day. They said, give me $2,500 now. You're gonna go down that hall in Orange Parish. You go from there to Angola, where we split up.
Okay, so now you're saying that since then you're very involved in community service, teaching children about not to go to jail and the dangers of marijuana and all of that, correct?
I've been doing that for over a quarter century, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was right on to 30 years as a DOC volunteer and as a local juvie singer and all that, church and the work that chaplains do on the inside.
Mm-hmm. And the actual job is welding, is that correct? I see a lot of welding.
Yeah, through the oil field, I was a welder a lot of times and worked in the welding field. That's when I started Vaught Fitness Equipment, my business. We were prototyping and designing fitness machines for the industry. Way back, we were prototyping and pioneering the fitness revolution in the 1980s.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why do you need a gun?
Why do I need a gun?
Yes. Pardon, you want pardon restoration of firearms?
I want my pardon as though that fiasco never happened. Whatever a full pardon is, I want a full pardon because that's what I deserve. I never mentioned anything about firearms. I never asked for it. I never said I need a gun.
Okay, so you don't need pardon with
I'm thinking about if that's what a full pardon is, and that's one of the strings attached, that's what I want. Because I came to apply for, I drove down here to apply for a full pardon as though my thing didn't happen to me. But something happened to me that shouldn't happen to me. Nobody, even if I had been high, I wasn't retarded. If somebody said, look, this is the way it works. Show up with $2,500 because guilty or innocent isn't part of the equation. Show up with $2,500 and you're going to Angola. And I didn't get a fair shake.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pass my questions to anyone.
Did you appeal your conviction?
Ma'am?
Did you appeal your conviction?
No, I went straight to Orleans Parish and then.
I understand, but you said there is a
There's no-
period of time in which you could do that. You chose not to do that also, right?
I never did anything until 10 years went by, and I tried to reach out to Nolan J. Edwards and said, I handed him money to hit the parole board, so I would make parole, and I said, and then I was gonna hand him money again and say.
Well, I don't want to hear all that. It sounds like you bribed him.
No, he was.
You know, I'm not really appreciating all the
No.
remarks you're making about
No, ma'am,
law
no,
enforcement and
he was
stuff.
the
Have you- You're
governor's
about to
brother.
talk yourself out of this, sir.
Yeah, you really are.
So, I don't see any other
I got a
questions.
question. You say you were 20 years old when this happened?
Yeah, I was 20 or 21, I was born in 53.
So you,
So you're you're 72 now.
Yes, ma'am.
so you, and you said you were a nickel and dime.
Yeah, I was never gonna die pot guy, I did a pot pound now and then, you know,
You were selling it or you were using it?
usually at a party.
Okay.
But I get charged with possession of 200 with intent to distribute for being somewhere when I had a legal address in another state. It was a coincidental happening. And because of a rat, you know, and then, so it's just the way it was.
So you weren't selling drugs?
No, I wasn't, I was a guy that we partied, we were kids, but not saying, we were carrying on the 82nd Airborne, that's called the Jumping Junkies. Now, I wasn't a narcotic guy, so it was pot and beer, they had beer machine in your barracks, your sergeants were pot sellers. And so the party that was going on the 82nd Airborne was just carried on out in society.
I see.
Because the kids still never growing up,
Okay.
you know.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Vaught. Here to vote, please. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you something. You did a terrible interview.
Well, you know.
Because you blamed so many other people for everything.
No.
I mean, and just like the airborne being the junkies and stuff like that.
I just want everybody to understand a little bit about that culture.
Okay.
My little brother
Okay,
was in
I'm gonna vote,
My little brother was in 101st.
Mr. Vaught, we're voting. Mr. Vaught,
Yeah.
we're voting. Mrs. Stapleton.
I'm gonna vote to deny based upon, I don't know what you did. You admitted in the beginning that you were a nickel and dime.
Yeah, I was, there's a big difference when a kid that smokes
Mr.
pot
Prater.
happens to know some people
My
that
vote
have.
is to grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
Not because of your interview, but because of your history since that time, I am gonna vote for your pardon with restoration.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to, grant.
And my vote, again, is not because of your interview, but it's your history since and the things that you've done, working in prison and working with the youth.
I'm
To
trying to
vote apart with restoration of firearms. We're gonna make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor, sir. That concludes this hearing. right, good morning. It's still morning. The pardon board is reconvening now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And would the staff at the penitentiary please introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, I'm Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo. Carmen Shipley, offender records, and Reginald went to get the inmate.
Okay, and that would be Mr. Taylor first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Well, when he's there, we're ready. Mr. Taylor.
Look at the camera. They're talking to you.
Mr. Taylor. Can you see us?
I think I can't hear. That's what I'm trying to explain.
He has a hearing aid. You're about to raise the volume up a little bit.
Okay. We'll help him out however he needs it.
Oh, he's hard of hearing. He don't have his hearing aid in.
Can you hear us at all, Mr. Taylor?
Somewhat I can hear a little bit.
I will help as much as I can, Ms. Renata.
Thank you. We want to hear his name and DOC number, please.
I need your name and DOC number. Say it to the TV.
James Taylor, 452-097.
All right, let me just read this identifying information.
Oh, you gonna do it over again?
No, go ahead, Ms. Renata.
Mr. Taylor's a first felony offender, seeking a commutation of his sentence. He was sentenced in February 2002 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Does that match your records, Warden Ambo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me just acknowledge some folks who have joined us. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing, Mr. Taylor's family, Taylor Williams, who are there at Angle. I'm sorry. Would you introduce yourselves? I'm sure I mispronounced your names.
Thea Williams.
Okay.
Thea.
I got it.
Iradia Taylor.
All right.
This is Warden Oz. I'm here. I'm sorry I was a minute late.
Okay, thanks, Warden Benoit. And we also have representing the victim is Jerry Lynn Ray, and she'll be speaking. She's on Zoom this morning. So we'd like for Mr. Taylor to explain to us why he's in prison and why is he seeking this pardon.
Why I have surgery?
Excuse me, Mr. Taylor. They want to know why you're here in prison and why you seeking this pardon.
Right now, I'm embarrassed right now because I don't understand and I don't hear exactly what you're saying.
They want to know why you're here in prison.
Well, second-degree murder.
And they want to know why you asked for a pardon.
It's a hard question to answer.
You got to answer it though.
All right. Reason why I want to is to get out of prison. I want out of prison.
Okay, so Warden, can you get him to tell us, he says it's second-degree murder, yeah, but we need a little more detail about his version of what happened.
Tell him what happened to you. How'd you do the murder? Tell her what happened about the murder.
Well, the guy, he punched me on my jaw and he told me the next time we meet again, for me to have it on my mind, I messed with the wrong so-and-so. So I left, went on about my business, and I called my girl and I explained everything to her. We was picking up our checks. I said, help me go get my check, and we try to get there early, and we could leave. I went and got my check. I got my check. When I come out the office, he pulled in the parking lot. The guy pulled in the parking lot. Went to get gas in our car. He pulled in the gas station, and he gets out the car on the left hand side, the side of the passenger, and asked me, was I ready to die today? He put a gun on me, asked me, was I ready to die today? I didn't respond to him, and I was walking to go pay for the gas on my car. I heard him and my girl talking, and I went over there to go get her out of it. He called it, he pulled he pretend he was putting the gun in his waistband. Well, I didn't know. I thought he really had a gun in his waistband, and I shot him.
Okay, we'll have some more questions in a minute. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Taylor?
Well, he's been here 23 years. He has no DB reports in 23 years. That's outstanding. He's minimum B with no duty. I don't think he hears very well. He lives on Ash One at the main prison in the old man's, we call it the old man's dorm. He has no duty. He's not able to work. He's taken 100 hours, anger management, substance abuse.
Okay, I was going to ask about it. I saw where he now has no duty, and he formerly worked for many years as a baker. So I guess it has
He doesn't hear very well. He can't hear.
Yeah, very well.
Right. Okay, good. Well, let's thank you, Warden Benoit. Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. James Taylor. To echo the sentiments of the warden, he's a Class B trustee because of his classes and his programming and his great institutional record with no write-ups. We've accepted him into our program. We're in position to provide him with transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, healthcare guidance and connections, consumer skills, and many more. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't know if either one of the daughters would like to speak. Aradia or Thea, would you like to say anything, either one of you? We can allow one of you to say something if you'd like.
Go ahead. You can speak for Roger Reese.
Yes, ma'am. You don't have to get up or anything.
I'm just ready for my dad.
And to speak loud so they can hear you.
I'm just ready for him to be released and to come home to spend where he have life, whatever life he have left with his grandkids and great grandkids that have been born within the time he's been gone.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So at this time, we'll hear from Ms. Jerry Lynn Ray. Ms. Ray, I want you to know that we did get your letter, very moving letter, letting us know about your husband and your relationship and the traumatic experience of his death. So what would you like to tell us in addition to that this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Geraldine Ray. I'm the wife of Mr. Walter E. Ray. And excuse me, I'm just trying to get my self together. But my position still stands, in regards to the letter that I wrote. It still stands. I'll never get closure for myself nor my children, because my husband will never be returned to us. So we'll never have closure. So I just, accountability is the only thing that's left for me And so, my husband will never come back to us. So I just feel that, I'm not, I would like for this person to just stay where he is and not, be allowed back into society.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And we also received letters from the two boys, the two sons.
Yes, ma'am. They still can't even, my sons are grown men now. They still can't even bring themselves to talk about this because their dad was very involved in their lives. He was very present, and my husband was taken away from us when we got married in 99, and he was gone before the first anniversary. Though I had been with Walter for about 13 years, I've known him since elementary school. We got together in our adulthood, and as soon as we got married, he was gone before the first anniversary. So
thanks for taking the time to write the letter and for speaking with us this morning. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you having me, allowing me to speak on behalf of myself and my children. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor's case has been assigned to Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, can you hear me at all?
I just hear sound.
He can't hear you, Mr. Prater. We'll try to relay the message to him.
Okay. I don't have a lot of questions. How old were you when this occurred?
I was 50 years old.
Okay, so you were later in life. You were 50 when it happened, so you've only served 25 years on a second-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
You through?
Go ahead.
Tell me, how did you and this guy get in a fight?
Yeah, what was the fight?
What was it about? Say he hit you in the face.
What was the fight about? What y'all fight about? What was y'all fighting about?
He punched me on my jaw.
Yeah, but why did he punch you on your jaw?
It was on a Friday, pick up our check. And I asked the supervisor to let me use his ink pen. When he put the ink pen in my hand, he snatched it out. When he snatched it out, I responded and I snatched it out his hand. When I snatched it out his hand, he punched me on my jaw and knocked me down.
So what did you do after he knocked you down?
Pardon me?
What happened after he knocked you down?
Oh, we was in the yard where all the workers get together, and the guys in the locker room, they held him tight, put him outside, told me to hold on, and he went to the security office and gave his side of the story. When he gave his side of the story, they suspended him for 3 days. Then they called me. I gave my side of the story, and they suspended me for 3 days. On my way out to go home, he was sitting outside the building, waiting for me to come. That's when he made the statement that I better have it on my mind when we meet again.
Okay, I'm through.
All I was gonna say was that you were 50 when it happened. You're 75 now, so you served 25 years on a life sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you shoot him?
How many who?
How many times did you shoot the guy?
3.
Why so many times?
I didn't know he had a gun. I didn't know he didn't have a gun. When he pulled it out of the waistband, I just took mine out and took it out of my back pocket and I shot him. I had no idea that he had a gun. But that was the second time he did that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Frank?
Did you go into the store to shoot him?
Pardon me?
Did you go into the store to shoot the guy?
No, I was already there. I was
No,
over
I
there,
know. Did you go
was over there-
inside? He was arguing with a girl.
I was over there pumping gas in my car.
Did you go inside to argue with a girl in the store?
No, this happened outside.
So did you go inside the store to shoot the man?
Oh,
when-
no.
So you shot him on the outside the store?
On the outside.
He
Going
said the guy was arguing with his girlfriend.
Right. Right. Okay. All right. I'm good.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Frater?
Yes, Mr. Taylor, my vote is going to be that your request is going to be denied. I don't think 25 years on a life sentence is enough. You got strong victim opposition. And so that's my vote.
Mr. Freeman?
You got a very good disciplinary record. You haven't been in any trouble. But it is, you did shoot the man 3 times. The man did hit you first at the work. My vote is gonna be to deny due to victim opposition and law enforcement officers.
Mr. Tillings?
My vote is to grant clemency,
To commute?
commute to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny because you shot him 3 times. And you haven't served, you only served 25 years on a lifetime sentence.
So you've got 3 votes to deny your application and 1 vote for a commutation. So today, your application is denied because it takes 4 votes. You didn't get that today. So Mr. Taylor, your application's been denied today, sir.
You've been denied.
All right, Mr. Butler. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Tell us your name and DOC number.
Excuse me?
Tell me your name and DOC number.
My name is Theodore Butler, 39, 41.
All right, Mr. Butler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you all.
So, Mr. Butler, I'm going to read some identifying information first. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in October 1991 to a life sentence for second-degree murder in Orleans Parish. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, Mr. Butler, let me acknowledge that we do have the parole project here, and they're going to speak on your behalf in just a few minutes. But first, you tell us what happened. How were you involved in the second-degree murder, and why are you seeking to have your sentence commuted?
Ma'am, I could give you that in one word. And then I'll explain. Anger.
Okay.
Unmanaged anger. I grew up in a household that was filled with anger and some love, my mother. But because of that environment, I was affected to the point where I grew up being an angry person. And as a result, I expressed that anger in ways that I shouldn't have. And then this crime, my crime, in which I took a man's life, it was out of anger. And there's not a day that passes that I don't regret having acted out of that anger and regret having taken a man's life. I know that life is precious. I know that now more than I've ever known it before. And I'll never be able to give that life back. And I regret that even more.
Yeah.
I'm at peace now, but I haven't known peace for the majority of my sentence. I've been down 35 years. And if I could undo what I've done, I would.
So why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
If this board voted for my recommendation, it wouldn't be because I deserved it. It would be because you would see before you a reformed man, a changed man. You have my record. You have my accomplishments. But none of that mean anything to me today. Because I can't change what I've done. I can only change what I've become. I've become responsible. As a father, I wasn't. As a person, I wasn't. But now, because of the opportunities that's been presented to me, given me, I'm able to say that I'm reformed, rehabilitated to the point where I can go out and make a difference if this board allows me to. I can be the difference between a man or a woman, a young man or young woman coming to a prison and doing 35 years. I feel that I can make a difference because a difference has been made for me through the programming that this institution and the DOC has offered me: anger management, victim awareness, substance abuse. I needed all of those, and I used all those to make me the man that I am before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Jim, earlier in his statement, it sounded like he said he didn't regret. I think he must have made a mistake or asked him.
Yeah.
Clear.
Mr. Butler, earlier in your statement, it sounded like you said you did not regret what you had done. Did we misunderstand what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely. I thoroughly regret what I did, and I take full responsibility for my crime, for having taken a life.
All right, and we'll get to an interview with you in just a moment. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Benoit.
Yes, ma'am. Theodore, he's been here 34, 35 years. He's a minimum A, assigned to Cypress 4 on the East Yard. He's in small engine repair school. However, Theodore graduated in OBTS, and he preaches down on the East Yard to the younger inmates. He preaches down there. He went through a few of his classes. He did anger management 11 years ago, substance abuse 11 years ago. He's got trauma healing. He's a trauma healing facilitator now. He's done his 100 hours. He's had his victim awareness and letter training. And every day is what you see right here today. That's Theodore. How he spoke to y'all today, that's him.
Thank you. Wow. Mr. Channing, Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from you.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Theodore Butler. To echo the sentiments of the warden again, Class A trustee. He has classes and programming. He's active in church as an ordained minister, trade school training, and the various programs he volunteers for, along with him having a plan of employment. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we'll provide transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations. We'll do healthcare guidance and connections, social norms, and many other programs that we have here to offer. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that will give him guidance through the reentry process. Based upon his record and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anyone here today to speak in opposition, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman for the interview.
Okay, Mr. Butler, how old are you now?
Sir, I'm 67, and in a couple of days, 5, I'll be 68.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the murder victim was never ID'd, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did y'all just met him that night?
For the first time, 2 strangers playing pool.
Okay. All right, and I see you taking some good classes, and you mentioned that the ones that you needed. You think you got your anger under control now?
For the most part, sir, yes. Anger is an emotion, and it can be triggered, I learned through the program. But nevertheless, I also learned that I can control it if I give myself a chance to breathe, to think before I act or react.
Okay, and you took some substance abuse classes. I'm really interested in your sobriety, because it seems like at the time you were very intoxicated, correct? So
yes, sir.
Are you still in sobriety classes? Do you still go to AA, NA, or anything like that?
No, sir. The substance abuse program that they have here in place is pretty thorough and it's informative. Alcohol in particular was my first and most dangerous substance because it was so easy to access. And I abused it at first socially, and then it got out of hand, and it helped be destructive. It was a destructive force in every relationship of my life. I lost my wife and my kids behind drinking because I was in denial. You couldn't have told me I was a blooming alcoholic because I was a social drinker, but I deceived myself. So the program helped me to understand the difference between social drinking and abusive drinking. So today I'm a recovering addict. I learned that you can't get rid of an addiction, but you can control it. And I'm thankful for the program.
Have you, do you have any contact with your children?
I did with my daughter, sir, for a while, but she's grown, become grown, and she's moved on with her life. My son, he still holds me responsible for having left him, abandoning him, which I realized that's what in effect that I did. But because of my irresponsibility then, sir,
All right.
I felt that it was best that I left him because I was destroying myself and I didn't want to destroy them.
And I see you had 34 DBs, but you hadn't had any disciplinary since 2010. You had an assault charge in 1989. What was that about? It was dismissed, but what was it about?
It was drinking again with a buddy of mine who got into a confrontation, and I called myself being a friend, and ended up getting caught up in another person's problem. But being a friend, or calling myself a friend, I rode along. But we were drinking at that time too, sir.
Okay, you've given a good interview. You've been totally honest, I feel. So I have no further questions.
I have one.
Right.
What's your educational background?
Sir, I have 2 college degrees, one in OBTS, through which I've become an ordained minister. And I'm also an educator. My wife and I, ex-wife and I, both were teachers. She was special education. I was English education. So I was an educated alcoholic.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a little bit about the crime itself. There were 2 men that walked up to y'all, both registered. Did he give the false name or did you give both names when y'all registered at the hotel that night? Motel.
Okay, I was the one, ma'am, that registered at the hotel. And as you can see, or if it's in your records, I used my actual name, my driver's license, and my place of employment.
And the name for the other man. What caused you to use that name?
That was my traveling companion. He was with us. He was with me that night. His name is John Goody.
Yeah, because they found him alive.
Ma'am?
Okay, so they found him alive, correct? Mr. Goody, he was found alive. So then we have the dead man. What name did he go by?
He didn't give a name, ma'am. He's not on the registration card because I still don't know his name.
So y'all didn't refer to him as anything, just nothing.
If he gave a name, I don't recall, ma'am. But my travel companion and I were together.
Okay, your travel companion left, and that was seen. And then this man that stayed, because he's, you know, he's an unknown, unidentified victim, and we never know if somebody's family is looking for somebody like that, and that would have helped them have some closure. But you stabbed him 42 times.
42?
What it says here, sustained 42, you got 46? Well, in the 40s. Yes. And lacerations to the head, and the death was caused by the head wounds and the loss of blood caused by the stab wounds. That's what it has in the report.
All right.
So that was very violent. That wasn't just a one-time stab, I'm mad at you. That was,
Ma'am, I don't deny any of that. But what the report may not tell this board is that those stab wounds weren't very deep at all. They were done with a penknife, like something that you would have attached to a keychain or something like that, but not very large, not very deep at all penetration. That was used in the defense, in the altercation itself. But that's not to offer any justification for what I did. That was just simply my way of deterring, I guess. But nevertheless, it was not intended to cause any death or any serious harm, but it did. In the totality of the whole altercation, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with his death. I don't know who the man was, ma'am, and I wish I did.
okay, I wanted to mention while we're here. You know, it's pretty sad. That's all I have to say.
How did you end up in Louisiana, in New Orleans?
It was a newsletter from Louisiana's Department of Education, and they invited teachers to come to Louisiana to teach. My wife and I had just got a divorce, and I wanted to relocate. So I relocated to Louisiana, specifically New Orleans. I love that city. I loved it from a child and wanted to live there. And I saw an opportunity to come down to teach. I was in the process of studying for my certification when I fell on this charge.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other question?
What brought on the confrontation in the hotel room? And why did you go to the hotel room?
Well, the young man, which seemed to be about 30 years of age, our age, me and John's age, said he didn't have a place to stay, sir. And we had money, we had just got paid. So we decided to rent a room, but I didn't know that he had an ulterior motive. The altercation was caused by him, perhaps in an attempt to rob us, I don't know. But nevertheless, that's what sprung the altercation altogether. Everything was going pretty good until, as we say in prison, he went with his move. And as a result, bad things happened, and that bad thing ended up into his loss of life. Again, I wish it hadn't happened. If I could go back and undo it, I would change things. I wish I knew his name. I wish I knew his family so I could ask for forgiveness. There would be some closure, not only for his family, but for me also. I've forgiven myself, and I would ask him if I had an opportunity, or his family, to forgive me. Not that I deserve it, but for closure.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
My vote today is to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And I thank you for a very honest interview.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to grant and commute the sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny based upon the heinous, brutal nature of the crime.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Butler, my vote would be to make the recommendation to commute your sentence to 99 years. You had a good interview. The warden spoke highly of you, and you've got a good prison record. You haven't been in trouble in at least 15 years. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck.
I thank this honorable board for the hearing. You all have a blessed day.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Sloan. Y'all are still on mute there.
Yeah, muted.
There, we can hear you now. Mr. Sloan, give us your name and DOC number, sir.
Darren Sloan, 183628.
All right, Mr. Sloan, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in the 1st Judicial District, Caddo Parish, in September 1996 to life for second-degree murder, and you are seeking today a commutation of your sentence. All that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me, before we hear your statement, we want to recognize the folks who have joined us today. Everybody's on Zoom. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Blake. We have your Aunt Janice Williams and your cousin Kimberly McCann. And then in opposition, we have a representative from the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Office, Ms. Leona Fitzgerald. And we'll hear from all those people shortly. First, Mr. Sloan, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like your statement. How did you get the second-degree murder conviction? And why are you seeking a commutation? And why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
First, I'd like to say good afternoon to the board. I'd like to apologize to the family of the victim, Larry Connor, the pain that I caused. January 17th, I asked Mr. Larry Connor about some money that he had owed me, and things got heated, and we ended up getting into a very heated thing that escalated into that. I was 23 at the time that I committed this crime, and now being older and doing the time, and you get wiser the older you get. I realized I made a mistake, and I hurted people that I didn't intend to hurt, that didn't do me anything, which was my family and his family.
Right? One minute. What can you share about Mr. Sloan?
He's done 29 years. He's a Class A trustee at Camp F. He lives in Dorm 1. He's a groundskeeper. He's got his 100 hours, anger management, and substance abuse. He's had a total of 13 D reports in 29 years. No problem. He's a Camp F trustee.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Darren Sloan. He resides at Camp F. He's a Class A trustee. He has classes and programming. He's active in church, and he's been sober since 1995. And for these reasons, we've accepted him into our program. We'll provide him transitional housing, substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and many other opportunities and programs. He will be assigned to a reentry specialist that will mentor him through the reentry process. Based upon his record in rehabilitation and strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, could we hear from Ms. Janice Williams, please? You're still on mute, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, I'm Janice Williams. I'm his aunt. I just want to say I have known Darren all my life, and I feel like that he deserved a second chance at life, and I feel like he'll make a change in other people's life because he realized he has made this mistake. And we'll be with him 100%, whatever his choices are, to stick behind him.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Williams. Thanks for speaking with us today.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimberly McCann. You're still on mute?
Okay,
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yes, I'm Kimberly McCann. I'm Darren's cousin. And I just wanted to say that I have known Darren all my life, pretty much too. He got locked up. I think I was maybe 16 when he got locked up. So I just wanted the time that God had gave me the chance to know him and get to know him. He was always an honorable man, always there for his family. And he always tried to do the right thing if he could. And I feel like he deserves a second chance. God gave us a second chance, so I feel like he deserves a second chance. He's been locked up long enough. I think as the time has went by, I've seen wisdom, I've seen growth in him, and I've seen maturity in him. So I think I think giving him a second chance will be an honor, because I think he will be a great access to the community and want to change and maybe mentor other young people that have been through the same thing. So I think this will be a turnaround for him. And I think he have learned his lesson being locked up that long. So I've seen a lot of growth and wisdom in him since he has been in there. So I'm proud of him.
All right, good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate hearing from you. Now, Ms. Fitzgerald, could we hear from the DA's office, please?
Hi to the board members. Can you all hear me now? Okay. I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I'm with the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Office. We are in opposition today. I just got on, so I didn't get to hear any comments that Mr. Sloan may have made. But the main reason that we're opposed, well, one of the main reasons is just due to the heinous nature of this crime, the way that it was carried out, and the basically torture that the victim, Mr. Larry Connor, suffered at the hands of Mr. Sloan. He was bound and his mouth was duct taped. He was shot twice, once in the head, once in the back, and disposed of like garbage. So we think that that should weigh heavily on the board. Also, there wasn't any victim contact made by the board's VACs, I'm told. But at the time that this happened, Mr. Connor's family had reported him missing, and Mr. Connor's mother was active in the prosecution of the case and testified at the trial. And so I'm not sure if she's alive now or not, but I'm sure that she was very traumatized by what happened to her son, and that she would be in opposition if she were able to participate today. Also, back to the manner of Mr. Connor's death, not only was he bound and gagged, but he did have wounds that showed that he did fight for his life. He had black eyes, a cut lip, abrasions to his knuckles. And so basically, he begged for his life. Mr. Sloan commented to others that he had begged for his life, and he was shot and murdered anyway. So one thing that wasn't clear to me from the reports that I read was whether Mr. Sloan has ever obtained his GED or the equivalent of. That's very concerning to my office if he has not in all of this time. He has prior felonies on his record. That's also a concern to my office. He had charges involving handguns. And so we basically just don't feel that the time that he has served is commensurate with the damage that he did. I think that Stephanie Walker is a victim in this matter too. I'm sure that that was a terrifying experience for a 16-year-old to go through, and to be a crucial witness in something like this. I can't imagine that she would like the idea of Mr. Sloan being released or his sentence being reduced. So we feel that the life sentence is very appropriate, that this murder was particularly brutal, the worst of the worst, and we strongly suggest that his sentence remain intact as a life sentence. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you. Mr. Sloan, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Sloan. How are you?
How you doing? All right.
Good. What were you guys fighting about?
He owed us some money.
For what?
Drug.
So both of you were doing drugs?
No, I wasn't.
You don't do drugs?
Selling.
You were selling drugs, but you don't do drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a GED yet?
No, sir.
Is there any reason why?
I was in special classes coming up, and on the first application, it said that if you needed special help, you know, in the classing, that they can't provide it. They don't have enough staff to provide it. So I took hands-on training and took other little trades.
How far did you go in high school?
11.
11th grade? Okay. I see you took a lot of classes. You got 100 hours and a lot of other classes. Which one of those impressed you the most?
Anger management and the victim awareness. I really got some out of the victim awareness.
And tell me, how old are you? I didn't notice. How old are you now?
53.
What would you do if you were released? What kind of skills you have for employment?
Well, I had contacted the road project, and they was gonna help me get some jobs, but I can do some body work and fender work if push comes to shove.
That's the only
I have-
skill. That's the only skill you have.
Farm animal 3. I know how to build fences for the cattle and stuff for prison enterprise. I've done that.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. It says here in the statement that, Ms. Walker gave, she had seen all of this, and I only mentioned her name because the VAC's already said her name, but she went to school the next day crying and upset, and she had witnessed everything that happened, and she gave a detailed statement. And, at one point, she was saying that, stated that after being tied up, Connor was begging Sloan not to kill him. Sloan told Simmons he hated people that begged, and he shot Larry Connor in the head to shut him up. True?
That's partly what she said, but she wasn't there.
Okay. And it says
She
in
was
another, did he beg for his life?
Ma'am?
Did he beg for his life?
No, he had some over his mouth. He couldn't talk.
Couldn't talk because you had duct tape on his mouth, right? You had duct tape on his mouth,
Yes, ma'am.
shot him in the head.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have to say.
Got one question. What was your disciplinary in 2019? What was the contraband?
A cigarette and a lighter, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No drug.
All right, I don't see any other
Let me ask
questions.
another question.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you feel about this person that you killed?
I feel bad about it. It really wasn't worth it. And you know, when we got into a disagreement, he got smart. I just got mad, but it really wasn't worth it because I'd have hurt too many people. I'd have hurt my family. I lost family, and I'm sure I hurt some of his.
So, if released, if going to Louisiana Parole Project, what would be your goal? I mean, what would you try to do to help the community or better yourself?
I will continue on bettering myself, and I would do more into helping the community because of the things that's going on now. is senseless. And even though they haven't thought about it, but some of us that's locked up can stop others and help others make a different direction.
I see, I have no more questions.
So how much money did he owe you?
He owed me $20.
Why'd
But
you shoot
it,
him in the head?
ma'am,
Why'd you shoot him in the head?
I can't answer. I can, all I can say is I was upset because we had got into it.
Right, that you said you had time to think about it. You had almost 30 years to think about it. And you said you took the victim awareness class and that meant a lot to you. So what did you get out of that class?
I've learned that I could put myself in the victim situation in the shoes that they're in, and you'll see things totally different. When you are upset at a person, you're upset at the person. You don't think about who else that you're hurting. But once you go through that process and learn and see that once you look at it in their shoes, then you actually see, just imagine exactly who you hurt.
If you could speak to Larry Connor's family, what would you say? You can't, it's illegal, but I'd like to know what you would say to them if you could.
I would say that I apologize for the pain that I caused, and I know it wouldn't bring them back, but I understand what y'all feeling.
All right, thank you, sir. Now I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tiller?
Yes. Mr. Sloan, I'm gonna take a chance with you. I do see remorseness. I think you, based on the warden and the staff, what you've been doing, you've been there 29 years. You took somebody's life. And the bad part about it is 29 years, and I hope you wouldn't do that again. So my vote today is to grant commutation with reduced sentence of 99 years.
Stapleton?
My vote is gonna be denied because it was a heinous, brutal crime. And man, I got a sneaking feeling the girl was right, he did beg for his life. And you served 29 years of a life sentence that appeared to go for a jury of your peers. So, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Mr. Prater?
I vote to deny. It was a brutal crime, beat the victim up, tied the victim up, shot the victim twice as he begged for his life, put him in the trunk of a car, and also because of the DA opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I vote to deny, not enough time served and a long violent criminal history.
All right, Mr. Sloan, you didn't get the votes required. It requires 3 votes that would grant your request, and you didn't get that today. You only got 1. So today your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Back to you.
Thank you, and the board.
All right, good afternoon. Our next case is Mr. John Hayes. Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes. Can you introduce yourself, Mr. Hayes? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is John Hayes. Address is 1454 Ted Riser Road. That's Heflin, Louisiana, 71039.
Okay, and let me just recognize you have some folks there with you is Chief Paul Miguez. We'll hear from him in a moment.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have Tommy Williford and Kimberly Atkins, both who want to speak, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Hayes, your DOC number is 535664. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in March 2008 in Webster Parish to illegal possession of stolen things. You received a 4-year sentence of supervised probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
All right, Mr. Hayes, briefly, sir, would you tell us what you did, how you got in that trouble?
Well, I was young. I think I was probably somewhere around 19, 20, and a couple neighbor kids that lived very real close. We always hung out together, and they was a couple years younger than me. And short story is they showed up with a 4-wheeler that didn't run, and I didn't really know any better, and I fixed it and helped them get it running and everything. And later on, come find out it was stolen, and that's kind of how that went.
All right, sir. We'll get some more details in just a moment. Chief Miguez, what would you like us to know about Mr. Hayes?
Yes, ma'am. Chief Miguez here at Heflin. I've been knowing John before this happened, after it happened, and since then he's been a fine citizen for the community. He's on the fire department, and he volunteers, and he helps out the community any way he can. And to my opinion, that I have, since I've known him, since he's been in trouble, he has not been in any trouble at all that I know of, that I could, because it was a pretty tight-knit community down here, and I kind of know everybody. So like I say, I've been knowing him since he's been in high school. So.
Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. We appreciate it.
Right, thank you, ma'am.
Right. Next, we'd like to hear from Ms. Kimberly Atkins.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon. And you can see that my name obviously on your screen is Kimberly Atkins, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my neighbor and friend, John Hayes. I've prepared a written statement, but I want you all to know that it is not less heartfelt because it is written. I just wanted to make sure that I hit all my points. About 10 years ago, my husband and I purchased property in Heflin in order to build our forever home. And we had to work on the property to prepare it. And we worked every weekend and holiday. And I don't know how familiar you are with country folks, but they're polite and they don't want to overstep, but eventually their curiosity wins out. And people began to stop by to see what we were doing. And that's how we met John and his family. And over many years and many front yard talks, we learned more about John. He grew up in a family where his money was tight and at times non-existent. His mom died when he was 12. By age 14, he was practically raising himself. At 18, he met Heather, his wife. He took in her 3 children and raised them as his own. And later, they had 1 child together. We know the children. All of the members of the family have a strong work ethic, and they are a very close family. Nick, John's son, and his partner, Allie, live across the road from us, and we love having them there. When something breaks at our place, farm equipment, sewing machines, cars, The first words out of my mouth are call John. Or my husband says, I'm going to call John when he gets off from work. And I'm almost embarrassed to tell you how many times he has come and pulled my stuck tractor out of the ditch. He comes immediately with a gentle reminder that although he's sure I already know it, the creek bed is unstable and perhaps I should wait for a drier month to bush hog the creek. But he knows me, however, and so his big tractor is always ready. But the thing is, we're not the only people who depend on John. He's a go-to guy for dozens of folks in the neighborhood, people who trust him and need his help. Today, when I thought that John might be having trouble getting enough internet signal for his hearing, I told him to go to my house and use my Wi-Fi. I'm in Colorado with my brand new grandbaby. I trust him to go into my home without my being there. All of our equipment, tractors, four-wheelers, chainsaws, tools are in our shop, and we leave the doors open for an old dog to go in and out, and we trust John and his family implicitly. They keep an eye on things. They call us even when we lived in Shreveport before our house was built if they were concerned about anything happening on our place. I understand that John's request today for a pardon is related to his concern about legally owning or possessing a firearm. Our home is built on land surrounded by John's pasture land where he raises cows for sale. Coyotes are a problem. Thankfully, coyote attacks are rare, but they do happen, and I've personally seen the results of a coyote attack on one of his calves. Coyotes, as you know, are losing their fear of humans, and yelling at one doesn't often remove the threat, hence the need for firearms. I am not an advocate for unlimited gun ownership, but I am a realist. Farmers need to be able to protect their livestock that they need for financial profits, certainly, but also animals that they care about and which they invest a significant portion of their time and effort to see to adulthood. We see John and members of his family every day, and we've become friends. We hope that we remain friends for a long time. I don't know if John knows what an impact he has made on us and how much we appreciate him, but I can't overstate how much we do. I've taught school for over 30 years, and I think I'm a pretty good judge of character. John is what country folks call good people, and pardons were made for folks like John Hayes, who is one of the most honest and trustworthy people that I know. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on his behalf.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us from Colorado.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Williford, could we hear from you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Tommy Williford. I live in Heflin, and I live on the south end. John and I have been friends for about, 15 years, I believe. We run cows together, work them, do our haying together. It's 24/7, just about. If the cows are out, he comes a running. All the neighbors, like Miss Atkins said, they depend on John for his knowledge on working on tractors and what have you. But John and I have been friends for a long time, and he is a stand-up fella. I trust him, just like Miss Atkins said, with anything. My family, all my possessions, whatever it be. John has never lied to me about anything. He's always straightforward and will stop doing whatever he has to do to help someone else if they're in need. That's about all I can say about him. He's trustworthy and he's a friend of mine.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you today. All right, Mr. Hayes, would you answer any questions Mr. Prater has, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hayes, have you been in trouble at all since this occurred?
No, sir. No, sir. Sure hadn't.
When those two boys brought the four-wheeler over, did you know it was stolen?
No, sir. I definitely did not.
Did you then, after whatever you did, working on it or riding it or whatever, and you realized something doesn't sound right, did you take the four-wheeler or tell the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, the it was kind of weird. The sheriff department showed up the next day looking for stolen lumber. As kind of when a red flag kind of popped up. They didn't say anything at all about a four-wheeler. And so the next day I went to the sheriff's department and talked with them and to do my statement. And that was the first question out of my mouth was, are y'all actually looking for a four-wheeler? And when they said yes, I told them exactly where it was and what I knew about it and everything I could.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I don't have any other questions.
None.
John, you say you're a cowboy?
I wouldn't. I run a few cows. I got about 50 head of cows. Run small, I guess you'd consider a cow calf operation.
What are you gonna do with all that money?
It's not a whole lot of money. I can tell you that. If you know anything about the cow business, there if you ever get ahead, you get behind real quick.
Oh, my goodness.
I was just kidding, so I have no questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Hayes. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater,
My vote's to grant you a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to grant him a pardon with restoration of firearms, great cleansing period, and great community support.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is also to grant a pardon and restoration of firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant a pardon with restoration of firearms.
And mine is the same. So my vote today is to make the recommendation of pardon with restoration of firearms. And we'll make that recommendation on your behalf, Mr. Hayes, to the governor. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Y'all have a good one.
Mr. Jones, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir.
Yes, my name is Scott Jones. My current mailing address is 1625 Green Hill Drive, Hickson, Tennessee, 37343.
All right, sir, and you're here before the pardon board this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were
Yes,
sentenced in June 1996 for 3 counts of forgery in Vernon Parish. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 4 years of active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, tell us how you got in that trouble and why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am. I was a young, dumb kid, about 20 years old, recently discharged from the service, grew up in a rough household. And I was working at a gas station, just trying to make some ends meet, had a lot of bills come up, trying to take care of myself and others. And I unfortunately did cash advances on a credit card and signed my name on those credit card slips.
And why are you seeking the pardon?
Trying to better myself, basically, you know, get all my rights back. Sorry. And just trying to basically get everything back, get everything on with my life back on track. I'm trying to go to school, trying to find some better employment and things like that. I've recently gotten married. I'm just trying to get a clean slate and a fresh start.
Okay. So today your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, what I wanted to ask you was, what roadblock have you specifically ran into because of this?
It has kept me from certain employment that I would like to get. It's more of a, I guess, more of a mental thing, like, you know, because I have my past that I totally regret. It has kept me from good jobs. It's kept me from trying to go to school. It's kind of given me some mental roadblocks. So like, because I have this, I can't do this, and this now. And I'd like to just get my past put behind me and keep it there.
Yeah, I can imagine that when you fill out an application, you're able to put that you were a service member, and then that's going to be your plus, and then right after that, it'll be a minus that you have a felony. So yeah. So I see that you were 20 years old when you committed this crime, and now you're 47, correct, or a little bit over?
49, ma'am.
49. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Family. Any other crimes since this crime?
I had a couple of driving on suspendeds. That was prior to 2000, and then a couple of child support issues that was prior to 2000, but nothing since the year 2000.
Okay, and I guess you paid your fine and caught up on your child support?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, let me ask you one thing. We do always ask this. Why do you want firearms?
Well, I'm working public safety / security field now, and I have for a number of years. And I'm also an avid outdoorsman. I like to hunt, fish, that kind of thing. Well, I'd like to be able to do more hunting. And I don't know, I just like to have all my rights restored if possible. And I do a lot of hiking and that kind of thing. And I would like to have some kind of protection for those purposes only.
All right, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I got one. Why were
Yes,
you
sir.
discharged from the military? Dishonorable conduct.
It was general or honorable with just some misconduct. Young and stupid kid, had a lot of problems at home at the time, being young and dumb. Had a little bit of a problem with authority, and it just wasn't really a right fit for me. So, you know, I wasn't going to some formations and that kind of thing. And my commanding officer at the time asked me if I really wanted to be in the service. And at that time, hindsight is 2020. I wish I would have stayed in. But my CO asked me, and I said that I wanted to get out, not thinking into the future of what I would be giving up by doing that.
And this forgery deal came after that, correct?
Yes, shortly after.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
All right, we're ready to vote, Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm going to vote to pardon with restoration of firearms because there's been a long cleansing period since your crime, and I don't see any real opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur, great cleansing period, no law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant the restoration of firearms.
And my vote also is to recommend pardon with restoration of firearms. So you received a unanimous vote, and we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to Governor Landry. Good luck to you,
Awesome.
sir.
Awesome. Thank you all. Have a great day. Okay.
You too.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir. You're still on mute.
Yes, my name is Randell Hall. My address is 522 Boulevard, and that's Shreveport, Louisiana, zip code 71104.
All right, Mr. Hall. Let me just read some information into the record, sir. Your DOC number is 766238. You're seeking today a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in August 2005 for domestic abuse battery, and you received a sentence of 6 months active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That sounds correct.
If it's incorrect, correct it, please.
You say in 2005?
Yeah, sentencing, it didn't necessarily happen then, but you were sentenced in August 2005.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. So tell us what happened in that situation and why do you need a pardon with the firearm?
Because I had an expungement. It's supposed to be an expungement. I was getting a permit to carry a conceal for a job that I work in security. And so I was just trying to make some more money so I can take care of my family because I'm a single parent father of two. So with that being said, I applied for a concealed carry permit. I got denied. So once I got denied, we had a hearing with the administrative judge. She overruled. and she ruled that it be ordered that I receive a permit concealed carry because I proved under federal law that I wasn't disqualified under federal law and under Louisiana law by it being over 10 years and it was expunged. I meet the qualification to carry a permit to conceal. They granted the concealed carry and they turned right back around and revoked it the same day for the same charge that I have expunged already.
Okay. It's a little confusing, but why don't you answer Mr. Freeman's question?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hall, and I was gonna point that out. I mean, this was a domestic abuse battery, which it was your girlfriend, correct?
Not at the time. It was a friend. It was like she wasn't my girl.
She wanted some money from you. You refused to give her some money. And what happened? Y'all got in a little argument, and then she tried to block the door, and you pushed her away. I think the report said.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this happened then, and you got your expungement in 2020. I don't see any other arrest on your record. Were you arrested for anything prior to this or after this?
Nope, that's the only thing that was on my record.
Only thing on record, which is pretty good. So, they couldn't find the victim, so we couldn't get a comment from them. So, I think you've done pretty well. You're a zero offender. I have no further questions.
Anybody have any questions? I don't. All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Hall, so I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
You know, Mr. Hall, usually with domestic abuse, and I know what they were worried about firearms because the call charge was domestic abuse. But you had the charge expunged. You've done terrific since then. You have nothing else on your record. My vote today is to grant with firearms.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton,
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to grant with firearms because of the length of time since for the cleansing period. I think you've shown that you're gonna act responsibly, hadn't been in trouble in a long time, and we appreciate that. That's my reason for voting that way.
My vote also is to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. There's no other criminal history, no expressed opposition by the victim. And so you've received a unanimous vote, Mr. Hall. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Milligan, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
It's Michael Lance Milligan, 12138 Highway 80, Minden, Louisiana, 71055.
Okay, and let's see, let me read some identifying information, sir. Your DOC number is 625741. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Webster Parish in June 2014. 3 counts of possession of Schedule 2 cocaine. You received a 3-year probation sentence on each of those counts, active probation. Is that correct information?
Yes, ma'am.
So explain to the board, Mr. Milligan, how did you get in that trouble and why are you seeking the pardon with firearms?
Absolutely. So again, I'm Michael Milligan. I'm here before the board. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, I can make a lot of excuses, but I just want to be honest. So, you know, when I got out of the military, not that it's an excuse, it's just I had a hard time transitioning when I got out, but always remember I am an addict. I'm in recovery. I'm an addict and an alcoholic. I have sobriety date of June 13, 2017. For that, I'm grateful. And I will say that when I got out, you know, I was just an addict doing the things. And again, it's not an excuse. I definitely shouldn't have been partaking in things that I was doing, but it was cocaine, it was marijuana. And when the police officer arrived, I threw it in a cigarette box and I told him that I ate it because I felt if it wasn't on my person, then they couldn't, I couldn't be convicted with possession. So I told him that I ate it. They took me to the Minden Medical Center and then they, treated me for overdose. But I'm assuming they went back to the scene and found the cigarette pack that had the marijuana and the cocaine in it. And I'm wrong for that. I definitely deserve the punishment that I had received for that, and I am guilty of that. So I don't contest it. But as far as restoration with firearms, I will say that I work for the state. I work with the National Guard Youth Challenge Program. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. And I work with a lot of kids out here. So one issue I had, which we were able to get it done, was with my CAT card. I was able to get my CAT card and get on another military base to be able to get the CAT card, but I did have issues with that. I also checked a federal job at the VA hospital, Overton Brooks, and was denied. I had a source inside tell me it was due to the record. And then primarily, and this was before my pardon paperwork was put on, this was after my pardon paperwork was submitted. But then lastly, I grew up, my stepdad used to take me hunting occasionally, and my boys are 9 and 10. I have a newborn also now. He's 7 weeks old, but they've been bugging me about wanting to go hunting. And of course I want to get them in the woods. I can remember coming up being in the woods, and they have a BB gun. So I don't think I'm, against the law them having a BB gun in the house, but I try to show them, with the BB gun, just weapons condition rules, treat every weapon as if it were loaded, never point, So I try to go over that and teach them a little bit. But other than that, that's somewhat my story. And if y'all have any questions or anything that y'all want to know, please feel free to ask. So.
Well, thank you for all that. Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes,
Morning, sir. I want to commend you for your work with the Veterans Youth Challenge Program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a chair with AA meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that the 2 things that you're most involved with now?
I would say so. I was chairing meetings. I was going to New Day Recovery in Caddo Parish, and I used to go into another house. And then I was even going to Bayou Dorchie Correctional Center. I was going into there up until COVID. When COVID hit, they kind of shut it down. They're back active now. But then every Friday night at 7 o'clock in Minden, Louisiana, I chair Friday night meeting, open discussion, open meeting. I've been doing it for, I guess, over 5 years now. I dedicate every Friday to go in and chair that meeting. As far as other activities, I do coach at Central Elementary in Webster Parish. I've been coaching the Little Warriors program, the Minden Rec. I've coached 2 years there, the 7, 8U, 9, 10U football teams. I'm on the board with the Ray of Gray Ministries. I attend church every Sunday morning, every Sunday evening, every Wednesday. I'm a full-timer. Again, I do the AA/NA meetings. They are all open meetings. So, and then of course, what's very rewarding, to be honest, is the fact that I work with 16 and 18-year-old kids, young adults, adolescent teens coming through here that I see a lot of them in me, and so I'm able to kind of witness to them, testimony, share my testimony with them, and try to get. I'm a teacher now. I started out as a cadre drill instructor here at the program, moved up to case management, and then from there I'm a teacher now for Jobs for American Graduates. So, it is a very rewarding job just getting to work with these kids, and it's like I see myself, and I'm like, if y'all would just listen to me, I can give y'all something that you need if you'll just listen to me. And a lot of them do go on to do very good things. So
That's an excellent testimony that you have, and it's impressive. But we have to get back to the crime.
Yes, ma'am.
The crime that we're talking about is the one possession of cocaine. You got 3 years active probation.
Yes, ma'am.
And then explain to me that you broke into the house, and it was through the back bedroom window. And then you said you wanted to kick it with her. What were you?
Okay, so
That's slang for.
Okay, and this is exactly what happened. This is a really crazy situation, but I'll make it quick. Okay, so we had already talked, Miss Donna. We wanted to do some cocaine together, and I got stuck down at another place, and I didn't come at the time that she agreed upon. So she had went to sleep, and I came later, and I never made entry into the home. I did knock on the window, and was, because I knocked on the door, she didn't answer, and I had the cocaine. Well, she got scared. She called the law. So when the law came by, they passed the house. I seen them go past. So immediately I threw the weed and the cocaine under the car in a cigarette pack. And when the chief of police arrived, he started questioning me, and he's like, where's it at? Where's it at? And I said, well, there is nothing. He said, well, I guess you were breaking in the house if you ain't got nothing. And I said, well, I ate it. And I don't have anything to hide. I'm being transparent with y'all. It was wrong. She did know. She did sign an affidavit, though, eventually. And they did, the state did dismiss that one, breaking and entering, or whatever the charge was. But again, I do take full responsibility, 100%.
So you had to go to the hospital for an overdose?
No, I told them that I had ate the cocaine because I felt that if I didn't have it on my person, they couldn't charge me. But really, I had threw it under the car, but I guess they went back and found it later. I'm assuming that's what happened. But no, I did not OD or anything. I never ate it. No, ma'am.
Well, the DA, he wrote, well, it was 2 pretty scathing letters. And it said, it's my understanding that you have and it's your name, the above mentioned defendant on your docket for the hearing of July the 7th, 2025. Mr. Milligan was sentenced to a total of 3 years in 2014. I do not feel that the time he has served justifies his actions with his extremely long history of violating the laws set forth in the state of Louisiana. And he said, due to scheduling conflicts, I will not be in attendance for Mr. Milligan's hearing. However, I would request that the board deny this defendant's request for pardon and clemency. And he wrote the next letter exactly the same, except it was a different crime that happened, and it was for 2 years. In 2008, another crime. So I was looking at your criminal history, and it does start in 2008, and 2007. And it just goes on and on. Simple burglaries, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, yes, possession of marijuana, and cannabinoids, criminal trespassing, possession of drug paraphernalia. I mean, it is long, theft of goods, and then we get down to the final 2016. And you've had nothing since then, is that correct?
That is correct. 2016 was the last charge that I called. And again, I'm not trying to make excuses, ma'am. I do realize everything that I've ever been arrested for my whole life has always been due to substance abuse. And I'm not trying to make an excuse. I definitely had an addict and drinking problem 100%. So I do want to put that on the record. And you know, all of it is a lengthy amount. I know I submitted it with my paperwork. I was trying to be transparent, and a lot of the charges that are on there were null pros. All right. But that still doesn't excuse it, because I'm being honest. I'm letting y'all know I definitely were partaking in these things. I had a chance to join the military on the ones that you were talking about in 2008. So I went into the military, and that's kind of what put me on the right track, the Marine Corps infantry. But then obviously I still caught charges when I got back. Now I did have a few letter of recommendations from the sheriff, Jason Parker, Major Felicia, which is the deputy director of the program, Judge Marcotte out of Caddo, and then my pastor, I believe. But you know, I guess I didn't know how the process worked. I probably would have went to the DA's office if I had known kind of how this process worked, just to sit down with the DA, put a face to my name. But I do understand, you know, I guess his concern. So.
All right, well, that's well spoken and important information. I'll pass it to my colleagues. Questions?
I don't see any other questions. So, Mr. Milligan, I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Mr. Milligan, this is pretty tough because of that criminal history in the back, that it was boom, 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 boom until this last thing. And you're in a good place in your life. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to grant the pardon. I'm going to grant the pardon because there's been 11 years since your last incident with the criminal justice system.
11 years.
Has it been 11 years? That's what I thought. 16. Oh, 9 years. 2016. Been 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I did my math wrong. I went to 2024. We really look for 10 years.
Yes.
Really. So based upon that, I'm glad I was corrected. I was looking at a different date. So I'm not going to be able to pardon you today. So for that, I'm to deny.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brady?
You got a letter there from Judge you see, we don't have the letters, or at least I couldn't find them in here.
Couldn't either.
From Marcotte.
Yes, sir. Judge Marcotte, Craig Marcotte out of Caddo. He was my Veterans Court when I went through the SUDS program for Veterans Court. I had a letter. I got it here. They were certified letters I sent. And then Major Logan Felicia, which is the deputy director here. Jason Parker, which is the sheriff of Webster currently. And then Brother Mike Wilkes, which is my pastor. So
what's the date on the Sheriff Parker and also the Marcotte letters?
It was March 13th of 2023 was the letter, which is when I submitted my application. The 29th of March for Judge Marcotte.
And both of those, read that letter to me. What Marcotte.
Okay, I'll read it. His handwriting's a little sloppy in all respect, but I'll do my best to read it, okay? So it says, I was Lance's veteran court judge. I have seen Lance mature and grow through the years. He has made a remarkable recovery. During Lance's time in veteran court, I'm not really sure, something and the change of his behavior, and becomes a valuable member of society.
Okay.
I got him here.
All right. Does it recommend the pardon?
I would say so. I mean, he
But he doesn't say those words.
Well, I have his personal number. I know him very, very well. We've had lunch a few times. He's even come out to the program to talk to my kids. I don't, yeah, go ahead.
And
I'm sorry.
if I interrupt you, but it's important to me. What about Sheriff Parker's letter? Does it recommend a pardon or is it just kind of a character reference?
More of a character. Mr. Milligan is in good standing with Webster Parish Sheriff's Office. He is happily married with 2 young boys. I got 3 now. He is an active member of Whispering Pines Missionary Baptist Church in Webster Parish. He has been employed by the Youth Challenge Program for the past 5 years. I guess more character. I guess, but they did know I was trying to get my gun rights back, though. They knew that as well. So.
Okay. That was just important to me.
Do you have access to a fax where you're at now?
I can send them to you right now. I could email them. Would that work or?
Check your phone. She's going to tell you where to email it.
Okay.
The letter.
I was very upset with that. Here's the letter.
You found him?
Here's the letters that we have.
Did you get the text?
I took pictures of them. Let me see real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will. I'm sending them now.
I've already wrote with the company. They should contact the
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna continue. You want to wait for the facts, or you want me to read it?
I want to put those in the record for sure.
Let me. So when I click on the link, it's which I can manually do this real quick. It's saying that it's reported as spam when I click on her link, but let me copy it real quick. Just give me maybe 30 seconds and I'll get it to you. So. Okay. Okay, it was sent, and for the record, I forgot to say that I am in my 2nd term on the city council in Dixie Inn, so I am a councilman. So
Okay. We're gonna. Mrs. Stapleton wants to reconsider her vote.
Yeah. After hearing these letters, I mean, we consider carefully everything because we know that I know and every on board it affects a person's life. So hearing the further that you have these letters and everything, I would like to grant a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater.
I concur because of although we like 10 years, then quite been that, it's been almost that much, but you have letters from some very impressive folks, talking about your character, and I think with where you work, what you do at the church, with your AA program and all that, and admitting to the fact that you got to stay with it. My vote is to grant with restoration of rights.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is. The criminal history was a little concerning, but my vote today. I think you passed all of those days. My vote would be to grant with restoration. I mean, we usually like 10 years of cleansing, but you've done a lot in your 9 years. So my vote today is to grant with restoration of firearms. Great community support.
Mr. Tillis?
Vote is to grant.
All right, Mr. Milligan, my vote today is to make a recommendation to partner with Restoration of Firearms based on your work with the Youth Challenge. You know, you came, even in your application, you admitted I'm a recovering addict, and you still are, and you always will be, and we don't see that often. So I'm impressed with your work, your Friday night meetings, your work with the Youth Challenge, the support of the sheriff. We don't see that often in the judge. So I think, like my colleagues have said, you're past all that. I don't think you're any risk to the public, and I think you're a great asset. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck.
Thank y'all, board. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Peta, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your mailing address. You're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jose Peta.
What's your address? Your address.
My address is 1556 West Willow in Stockton, California.
All right, Mr. Peta, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in June 1976 in Orleans Parish for simple burglary. You received a 3-year sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 5 years of probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us just real quickly, sir, about what happened, what you do, and why you're seeking the pardon. Did you hear us? Did you hear me?
I'm sorry, you froze up. I didn't hear any of that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us what happened in 1976, simple burglary, and then why are you in need of a pardon?
Okay, you were breaking up again, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I made a mistake a long time ago, and I moved to California, and I got a first offense pardon, and I thought I was good to go. I came to California. I worked for 35 years in the same field, and I even had clearance to work in the international San Francisco airport. I had total clearance to even drive in the runway. When I retired, I went to purchase a gun with my son. And that's when I found out that I had a felony. Up to this point, I thought that the first offense pardon had taken care of that. I had no idea that this was still hanging over my head. So, well, it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. So later on, down the line, I went to find work after I was retired. And the felony came up on the application again. And so I was denied. So to me, it was a big embarrassment. I'm very ashamed of it. And at this age, you know, I'm okay, you know, but I would sure like to take this off my head, so hopefully it will never come up again. And that's about it. I've been a law-abiding citizen all this time. I have 2 kids, 2 grandkids, 2 great-grandkids, and we're a very close-knit family. And I always had a job. I always provided for my family. I was a law-abiding citizen this whole time.
Okay, sir. Your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would answer his questions, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Have you been in trouble since then?
No, sir.
In the last 44 years?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you get arrested when you filled out what you thought was the truth on the federal firearms?
I filled it out thinking that I was clean. Yes.
Right. But did they arrest you for that or just
No,
refuse to say?
I just got a letter from the FBI. I have it in my possession saying that I was denied for the firearms dealer not to issue the gun. That was it.
Just making sure that you didn't have that arrest on.
But also, when this happened, I actually called the FBI and I talked to an agent, and that's what he explained to me that the pardon didn't take care of this all the way. So,
right. Okay, so the way I understand it, 44 years ago, you committed a crime of burglary. It was not a violent crime, and you hadn't been arrested since in 44 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I need.
Any other questions? I see no other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater.
My vote is to recommend a pardon with restoration of gun rights because of the length of time since the conviction and the fact that there are no violent crimes involved in his history ever.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same. I vote to grant you pardon with firearms eligibility with firearms right. That's gonna be my recommendation, 44-year cleansing period.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant.
With firearm? With the firearm?
With firearm.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to grant grant a pardon with restoration of firearms due to the 44-year cleansing period.
And Mr. Peta, my vote is likewise recommendation of pardon with restoration of firearms. There is, the victim is unopposed, and it's been a 44-year cleansing period. So, sir, we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
I thank you very much. What's the process now?
Well, we'll make the recommendation to the governor, and he has no time frame within which he has to act, but it'll be on his desk waiting for his review. You'll hear from them first.
Okay.
Whatever action he takes, you'll be advised.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
I thank you all for your time and I appreciate you taking my hearing.
Mr. Henderson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here we go. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Hi, my name is JOCOBE Henderson. My current address is 811 Church Street, Thibodaux, Louisiana.
What's your zip?
70301.
Okay, so Mr. Henderson, let me read some information into the record, sir. Your DOC number is 773-664. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in December 2015 for manslaughter, and you received a credit for time served, 1,085 days that you had already spent in jail. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, would you tell us what happened? We want to know what happened about the crime, and then you were granted a new trial. We see that. Tell us about all those circumstances and why are you seeking this pardon?
Yes, ma'am.
But we need you to be stationary. We can't talk to you while you're moving around.
Oh, all right. Yes, ma'am. Me and the victim was dating a common girl, I was in college and she was seeing him while I was gone. I knew nothing about it. And for some odd reason, I go out to the club one night and I see him, but we don't have no altercation in the club. And then I proceeded to go to the lady's house. And then when I got out the car, he pulled up, I didn't even know it was him. And when I turned around, he ended up hitting me. He was jumping on me. He was punching me. Him and some other guy jumped out the car too. And I grabbed the weapon and I ended up stabbing him and piercing his heart. But I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. And I didn't know what led up to it because I didn't know we and him actually had a problem. But you got to forgive me because it was so long ago. But I'm trying my best to remember as far as it went. And it just, when I ended up turning myself in on it and charged me with it, that's when I found out that he was sending messages to the lady that we had in common that he was gonna do me something and all this other stuff. I kept saying I don't know why he attacked me. And then as the trial proceeded and all the evidence started to come out, they ended up finding me guilty of manslaughter. I had one not guilty vote. And then when I went for sentencing, the judge just granted me a new trial on the grounds that he thought that he didn't relate the manslaughter to self-defense as best as he could to the jury. So he ended up granting me a new trial. And I sat there, waited for another 5 to 6 months, and they ended up giving me a manslaughter bond. I ended up bonding out. And then I remained on house arrest from April 2015 until August, and he released me, and that's when I started work. And then he just told me to come to court. When I went back to court, they say they have a plea bargain for me of credit for time served, no papers, no nothing. I'm sorry if I went too fast through it, but that's most I could kind of remember of it though.
Well, that's good. So tell us, why are you seeking this pardon with restoration of firearms?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm really just trying to seek me a better job opportunity, see if I can get a better job to, provide for my family. Because I did have started a family since all that happened. I just want a better opportunity. That's all I need, man. I don't even need the firearm. I'm sorry if I even stated that.
Okay. All right. So your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you, about the same time frame of this stabbing, you had a domestic abuse battery on you. What was that about? That happened before?
Yes, that was about that was sadly mistaken and was dropping because there was nobody domestic abuse on a pregnant lady, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, if she was pregnant, they sure should have added that to it. So let's just say that was it. This was on May 11th of 2012.
Yes, ma'am. I was not convicted of it, but that was the incident that I turned myself in for, and they later on drop it, I guess, somehow, some way.
Was it the same lady that you were jealous of later that this fight ensued?
Man, I was, I'm sorry for saying, I was not jealous, but yes, it's the same lady.
Okay. The victim was stabbed in the chest
Yes, ma'am.
and he died of loss of blood. I really don't have any more questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah, how many guys were there that jumped on you?
He jumped on me, then another guy got the car, which is, I lost track about where he went, but I know there was two of them. But I ain't gonna say the other guy hit me, but I know there was two of them when they jumped out the car, 'cause I could see him out of the corner of my eyes. Well, I mean, the other guy was tussling. Actually, he gave a statement saying that he didn't know where the other guy was going. All he knew somebody named Kobe, and he was gonna beat him up when he see him. And next thing you know, he jumped out the car. That's the statement I got from my discovery packet from the police.
Okay, I have no more questions.
All right, so you mentioned job opportunities. You know, what have you been denied any particular job because you have a felony on your record?
One early in my life, but since it went away, like it was like past 7 years, it started to get better opportunities for me. Right now, I'm an HVAC technician.
So how long have you been off paper?
Off paper, I never was on paper, ma'am.
Okay, so you were credit for time served. Yeah.
Yes, no papers, no nothing, ma'am.
So since 2015, you've been out of jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Almost 10 years.
Almost 10 years, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm going to grant you a pardon without restoration of firearms. It's been 10 years since, and you haven't had, and that was your only criminal record with the incidents that happened back to back. So that's going to be my vote.
Mr. Trader?
My vote is to deny. I don't think it was such a serious felony as that, originally being billed as a second degree and then end up you pleading and serving just a couple of years. The man lost his life, and it's just been less than 10 years ago. So I think a pardon would be out of the question for me. So my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I'm gonna have to vote to deny also. I just feel like you took somebody's life. They did come after you. They did attack you. But that's gonna be my vote today.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant without firearm.
All right, Mr. Henderson, it requires 4 favorable votes for you to get a favorable decision today. You only got 2. So the outcome of today is that your application's been denied. Just give it a little more time, reapply when you're eligible to do so. Stay out of trouble. We'll send you some information about when you can reapply. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And that concludes our business for today. We are going to adjourn. It is 2:03 p.m.